Okay. Okay. Is there any way do you know, Mr. McLyman, what exhibits you need to get started, and the other, your co-counsel can be working on that while you're cross-examining the detective?
For the most part, for the most part, yes.
Okay, why don't we do that? So I would just ask Mr. Malcolm and Ms. White, when you are looking for the other evidence, if you wouldn't mind just doing it over there so you're not a distraction from the detective's testimony. Yep.
Oh, I think there's one in there. There's a computer drive on that computer. You see that to the right there? There you go. And there's no password.
Okay, very good. Detective Ramos, good morning, and we're ready to proceed. Let's go ahead and bring in the jury.
Yes, Judge. All right. All jurors ready.
Okay, very good. Everyone have a seat. Welcome back, members of the jury. I apologize, we got a little later start than I'd anticipated. I got caught in traffic, so this one's on me, okay? All right, but with that, we are ready to proceed. Mr. McLyman?
Thank you.
All right, good morning, Detective Ramos.
Good morning, sir.
All right, so there's no evidence whatsoever that at the time that Alicia Andrews was attempting to book an Airbnb that she knew of some murder plot to kill Julio. Is that correct?
Your Honor, speculation.
He can answer if he knows.
There, at the time that she's booking it on Friday, are you specifying, or
At the
now?
time that she sends an Instagram text message to the individual on Instagram at that time.
I can't speak to what was going on in her mind at the specific time she's sending that message.
All right, there's no confession note anywhere from Alicia Andrews that she knew of any murder plot. That's correct?
Correct, sir.
there's no incriminating message in her phone that says she knew of a murder plot to kill Julio Foolio Charles Jones. Is that correct?
In detail, no.
All right. When you say in detail, no. Is there any undetailed or less detailed message in her phone that says she knew of a plot to kill Julio Foolio Charles Jones?
I'm aware of the messages that she wished death on the victim, Mr. Jones.
Do those messages 4 years before the murder happened have any indication that she knew that Charles Jones was going to die on June 23rd of 2024?
No.
All right. And then you also said that the only thing that would show that Charles Jones knew, or that Alicia Andrews knew that Charles Jones was going to die is a confession.
No, your question was if she knew at the time that specifically she sent the message. Overall, if she knew throughout the whole weekend, the evidence would point that she knew.
All right, but I'm talking about your mention of a confession earlier. You mentioned that short of a confession, there's no evidence that would show definitively that she knew.
No, that's not correct.
All right, you didn't say that, what you're saying.
No, what I'm saying is that the confession would be something that could point at her state of mind. The evidence that we've compiled in the case would lead to the inference or the logical deduction that she did know Foolio was going to die that weekend.
All right. All right, so I want to talk about Alicia Andrews' motive now. There is no motive for Alicia Andrews, in your opinion, other than her connections or loyalty to Isaiah Chance. Is that correct?
Again, based off of the messaging in her phone where she wished death on him, that's evident that she had some wish that he would die.
All right. You read the message in Alicia Andrews' phone?
I have reviewed them.
All right. And does it say she wished Charles Jones would die?
I can't recall the specific verbiage.
All right. Does it say she wanted to kill Charles Jones?
No.
Charles Jones had a lot of enemies, correct?
Correct.
He talked about a lot of people
Yes.
in a lot of derogatory manners.
My understanding, yes.
All right. He danced on people's graves.
That's what I understand, yes.
He made songs about dead people,
Correct.
mocked dead people,
Yes.
and millions of people saw these things online, correct?
Correct.
All right. And so millions of people had opinions about Charles Jones, correct?
I can't speak to what everyone else felt towards Mr. Jones, only those who participated in his murder.
So you can't say whether there were people who felt certain ways about Charles Jones.
I sustain the objection.
All right. So Charles Jones did all of these things, and the only thing that you can speak on is how the individuals in this case felt about him.
That's my responsibility to figure out who killed Mr. Jones. I can't speak on everyone else's idea of Mr. Jones.
All right. But so you can't draw any inferences about how the people felt about Mr. Jones.
Outside of the perpetrators in this crime. I can't speak about other people.
But you can speak about the gangs, right? You've spoken about gangs that he had problems with, right?
Yes,
And other people in Jacksonville he had problems with, right?
yes,
And that those people didn't like him as well.
yes.
All right. And you're speaking about other people's motives. I want to speak about, let's go with Davion and Rashad Murphy. Davion and Rashad Murphy were related to an individual named Spaz. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Spaz's real name, his last name is Murphy, right?
I can't recall.
All right. But Spaz,
I'm aware that they're related to Gerard Adams, who was killed. That's the extent of my knowledge of their personal motive.
all right. So Gerard Adams is killed at a football game at Rains High School, correct?
Correct.
In 2018.
That's my understanding. Yes.
All right. And the person who is alleged to have killed him, or at least was convicted of killing Spaz, Gerard Adams, is Robert Howard, right?
Yes.
All right. Robert Howard gets arrested, he gets convicted, and he gets sent to prison, correct?
Correct.
And he gets out sometime 2023, 2024. Is that right?
Yes, sir. That's my understanding.
All right. So the Murphy brothers, from the evidence that you've seen in their phones, they felt a certain way about Spaz being killed. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
All right. They were angry that Spaz was killed.
That's my understanding.
All right. And they knew that Robert Howard was convicted for killing Spaz. Is that correct?
I would assume so.
So Robert Howard and Charles Jones, they're close friends, right?
Correct.
So Robert Howard gets out of prison for the killing, right?
Yes.
And then him and Charles Jones, they start to get together and hang out. Is that correct?
That's my
That's what they were doing the night that Charles Jones was killed, correct?
Yeah, Mr. Howard and Mr. Jones were hanging out the night that he was killed. Yes.
All right. And so much so that Robert Howard was on one of the flyers for Charles Jones's parties.
That is correct.
Robert Howard and Charles Jones were in the same vehicle that night?
At some point in the beginning, I believe they were in the same vehicle or maybe on the drive down, but at the actual time of the murder, no, sir, they weren't in the same vehicle.
All right. So Robert Howard and Charles Jones, they rode from the Airbnb to Teeter's together, correct?
No,
They did not.
no. Robert Howard arrived at Teasers at approximately 1:41 a.m. on the 23rd, and Mr. Jones arrived at Teasers at approximately 2:24 to 2:26 a.m.
Robert Howard was at the Airbnb with Charles Jones?
Yes.
So the Murphy brothers, or the related Murphy pair, they knew that Robert Howard was also going to be with Charles Jones.
I'm not sure if they knew, but they saw the flyer, yes.
Yeah, surely because Rashad Murphy, you presented evidence that his Instagram account was searching Charles Jones's Foolio, his Instagram page.
Yes, correct, sir.
Right. So we know Rashad Murphy was looking at Foolio's page, his Instagram page,
Yes,
and likely would have seen the flyers that were on the page.
correct,
Right? And those flyers had Charles Jones and Robert Howard in the same picture.
correct.
All right. I want to talk about Sean Gathright and his motive. Sean Gathright, for this incident, he'd never been involved in any gang activity. He'd never been monitored as a gang member. Is that correct?
By law enforcement, I don't believe so.
All right. So Sean Gathright was not, and he's 18 years old at the time of this?
I believe so.
Did you ever uncover a motive for Sean Gathright?
As other than his relationship with Isaiah Chance and the suspicions that they were involved in other gangland murders in Jacksonville. Again, nothing specific, not a confession or anything like that.
So for Sean Gathright, it's I guess his connection to Isaiah Chance that is his motive for this shooting in this case?
It was my understanding from the research done by Jacksonville that Mr. Gaithright and Mr. Chance participate in criminal activity together.
When you say the research done by Jacksonville, are you saying you did not do your own research?
Of course I did.
All right, so let's talk about, I guess, your research and figuring out what the motive for Sean Gathright was. Do you have any other motive besides his connection to Isaiah Chance?
Like a personal motive between Sean and Mr. Jones? I'm not aware.
Personal, yes, personal motive. So whether it be money, whether it be that someone in Sean Gathride's family or one of his friends were killed by 6 Block or Julio Foolio, anything like that.
For Sean Gaithright, no.
And then Isaiah Chance's motive in this case. I'm assuming, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that you believe his motive is that his friend Tilly was killed.
Multiple members. My understanding is he was very close to 23 as well, signified by his chain and what he's talked on social media, and then Tilly as well. So there's multiple people who have died on Mr. Chance's side that would lead me to believe that he had a motive in this.
All right. So you're saying on his side. What is his side?
The side of the gang war that he's on.
But what is the side? What do you mean side? You talking about ATK?
Yeah, it's well established that there's a rival gang war going on in Jacksonville between the victims' gang 6 Block and opposing gangs, ATK, their subset groups, and 1200. So Mr. Isaiah Chance was more aligned with the rival gangs of Mr. Jones.
All right. But which rival gang did his, I guess, friends or colleagues die in? Like,
There's ATK, NHG, and some other subset groups.
so you all have Isaiah Chance in ATK, in NHG, and in 1200?
I don't have Isaiah Chance in anything. I believe Jacksonville has documented as a gang member and established his connection to the gangs.
All 3 of those gangs.
The gangs work like hybrid gangs sometimes. It's not just a clear cut one gang. You can hop from one gang to another. If you have a fallout with ATK and now you're running with 1200, but they're both allies in the war against 6 Block, that happens.
All right. So you're saying that individuals in one gang can just hop out of one, get into another, hop out of that one, get into another gang.
From my experience of reviewing gangs, it happens, yes.
All right. And multiple of Isaiah Chance's acquaintances have died, and so therefore he wants to kill Julio Foolio. Is that correct?
It would speak to his motive.
All right. Other than Isaiah Chance, you have no evidence that Alicia Andrews hung out with any gang members or associates. Is that correct?
Associates, there's evidence she hung out with Sean Gaithright.
That she hung out with Sean Gaithright. So your testimony today is that there is evidence that Alicia Andrews has hung out with other gang members and gang associates other than Isaiah Chance.
Yes.
All right. Sean Gathright is a gang member.
A gang associate.
Who identified him as a gang associate?
So there's a documentation process for gang members, but not for gang associate. However, there is statutory guidelines on what could classify someone as a gang associate per Florida Statute 874.03.
And when was Sean Gathright classified as a gang associate?
Again, there's no input for gang associate. It
So
would
you're
it would just be an investigation and a collection of evidence and reliable sources of information. And if we go back throughout the last 4 years of Sean Gaithright's relationship with Isaiah Chance and research, there would be enough statutory requirement to label him a gang associate.
All right. So the gang associate, you're just placing that on him based off of you feeling like he meets the gang associate.
Well, it's not my feeling. It's what the law says.
Right, but when did he become a gang associate? According to the law.
Again, there's no specific date that someone gets labeled a gang associate. When I learned that he was a gang associate is when I realized, that there's evidence of his involvement in this gang war. somebody else might have known he was a gang associate prior to that or after that. There's no specific date that somebody gets labeled a gang associate.
All right, so before this murder, before June 2024, when did Alicia Andrews hang out with Sean Gathright?
According to her statement to me, there was some kind of gathering at his house that she went to some time ago,
All right, that's the only time that she was around Sean Gathright?
which she told me, yes.
All right.
Oh, and then obviously her hanging out with him throughout the weekend of the murder of Mr. Jones.
Right, so but before this weekend of this murder,
Yes,
you know of one incident where Alicia Andrews was around Sean Gathright.
from her statement, yes.
All right, and she told you that she went to his house with Isaiah Chance, correct?
Yes.
And she sat in the car.
No, specifically that she went to a gathering.
Yeah.
But then the sitting in the car was she may have been to his house other times and sat in the car those times.
She said she went in and got a plate of food, right?
Something along those lines.
All right, and that was it. Right?
Yes, something along those lines,
All right.
yes.
She's never before this incident spent any time with him away out of town, correct?
From my knowledge, I can't speak to that.
You don't have any text messages that prove that Alicia Andrews had conversations with Sean Gathright before this incident?
No, not that I can recall.
All right. They don't have any Instagram direct messages between each other?
Not that I got it for the time period that I pulled.
All right. And they don't have any photographs together?
Not that I'm aware of.
All right. They didn't go to school together?
Not that I'm aware of.
They don't know each other's parents?
I'm not aware of that.
So other than going with Isaiah Chance to get a plate of food on one instance, you don't have any evidence at all that Alicia Andrews was hanging out with Sean Gathright.
Overall, go ahead.
Sean Gathright and Isaiah Chance are close friends for years now. So, and the defendant Alicia Andrews has been dating Isaiah Chance on and off for 4 years. So,
So you're assuming that because Alicia Andrews and Isaiah Chance are dating on and off, that she must have been around Sean Gathright at some point.
I'm not going to make that assumption. No.
Okay. Let's talk about Robert Howard again. Robert Howard was Charles Jones's, one of his closest friends, correct?
That's my understanding.
All right. You don't have any other reason to understand anything different, right?
No.
And Robert Howard was affiliated with Six Block, Charles Jones's affiliation, same affiliation.
That's my understanding. Yes, sir.
And Robert Howard used to speak to Isaiah Chance on the phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
They spoke to each other on the phone, even though they're in so-called rival gangs.
That's my understanding. Yeah.
They spoke to each other on the phone for hours at a time, even though they're on rival gangs, right?
My understanding, that's not an uncommon practice. Like these guys talk to each other via Twitter Spaces and spend a lot of time on the phone talking to each other.
So it's well, if it's not uncommon, is there another example that you have of two rival gang members who speak to each other for hours on end on the phone?
Not specifically.
Okay, but it's not uncommon.
No, in this gang war,
Okay.
Mr. Howard himself and other people have told me that these specific gang members in these specific gangs talk to each other on Twitter Spaces, on FaceTime, often. That's my understanding of this specific gang war.
But you don't have another example of two individuals in rival gangs speaking to each other for hours on end.
Should ask an answer.
Sustained.
You also know that when Isaiah Chance and Robert Howard would speak on the phone for hours, that Isaiah Chance was using Alicia Andrews' phone to have these conversations.
I'm aware that there was a phone number mentioned by Robert Howard, something about his girlfriend put it into Cash App and it had the name Alicia. So I don't know that it was Alicia's phone or just a number that at some point was connected to a Cash App that had the name Alicia on it.
All right, so then let's go through that. Robert Howard what you're testifying to is that Robert Howard was talking to somebody on a particular phone, talking to Isaiah Chance on a particular phone number, right?
Yes.
And Robert Howard's girlfriend goes to his phone, gets the number, puts the number in Cash App, correct?
Object as to hearsay.
It just testifies this.
Well, overruled. You can go ahead and answer if you know.
Yes, Your Honor.
Robert Howard takes the phone number. Robert Howard's girlfriend takes the phone number and puts it in Cash App, correct?
This is what Robert Howard is saying. I have no way of verifying that this actually happened or what number it was.
But you don't have any reason to doubt what Robert Howard told you, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained speculation.
So what Robert Howard tells you is his girlfriend puts a number in the phone and in the Cash App, and the number that pops up is, or the name that pops up is Alicia Andrews, correct?
No,
The name that pops up is not Alicia Andrews?
it's not Andrews. His direct testimony or statement to me was that his girlfriend put the phone number into Cash App and the name Alicia came up, not Alicia Andrews.
Okay. All right, but Isaiah Chance's name did not come up.
In the Cash App?
Correct.
Again, according to Mr. Howard's testimony, no.
All right. And the inference there is that Isaiah Chance is using Alicia's phone.
Objection again, speculation.
I'm gonna sustain the objection.
Did you track down the number that Robert Howard was talking to Isaiah Chance on?
No,
Why not?
he wasn't able to tell me.
Okay. And it's not in his phone.
I don't have access to Mr. Howard's phone.
You don't have access to his phone records?
No, I have access to the call detail records that I pulled from the 30-day period prior to this homicide. But my understanding was that Mr. Howard's conversations with Isaiah Chance spanned over a period of years. So no, I do not have years worth of call detail records for Mr. Howard.
All right, but you could have gotten those.
I'm not aware of how far back I can go. Typically, the rule of the normal process is to pull 30 days. We don't want to be too invasive in pulling records.
But you can ask Robert Howard for his consent to get those records, right?
That wouldn't have been a material to this investigation.
Okay, so it's not material that Robert Howard is talking to someone in a rival gang that is a suspect in the murder of his best friend.
No, I'm specifically talking about the phone number from years ago.
All right. So you never verified whether Robert Howard was talking to Isaiah Chance?
It's his testimony. I have no way of verifying conversations that I don't know the exact dates, what phone numbers were used from years ago.
But you didn't attempt to verify it.
For this investigation, it wasn't material, no.
So it's not that you don't have a way to verify, you just didn't try to do it.
Sustain the objection.
I mean, we're cross-examination. I don't even understand the objection for argument at cross.
Well, I understand it, and I just sustain the objection. So please ask your next question.
Judge, can we approach real quick?
Yep. Terribly.
All on.
Okay, thank you. And I'm sorry, and I apologize. Remind me, are you Mr. Coffee or Mr. Brandon? Mr. Coffey. So let the record reflect that Mr. Coffey has been seated at the table of the state attorney in order to help Mr. McLyment with exhibits, and now the state is objecting because they can't have confidential communications with each other because a member of defense team is seated at their table. So defense has asked if we can find some way for Mr. Coffey to be seated so that he can aid Mr. McLyment without infringing upon the state's right to have confidential communication. So do we have anything? I don't know how close we can put him in a chair.
All table.
Right.
Whichever. Yes.
This one is. Is that right?
Yes. He can come.
And yeah, he's gonna be like over here, so that way they can talk so that he doesn't hear them.
The laptops are just or in front of it, maybe.
There you go.
I think this laptop goes through.
Yeah, put the laptop and the table right there in front of the podium.
Right here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Watch out for they see it.
Not for me.
Yes.
State, is that suitable?
I'm just gonna see if we can push it just a little more back. Yeah, thank you, Ron. Maybe you're about right there. Okay, that's fine, Jess.
Okay, very good.
Thank you, Ron.
All right, let's proceed. Let's bring our jury back in. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All rise. All very good.
Okay, very good. Everyone have a seat and you may proceed.
All right. You're aware of Isaiah Chance falling out with ATK prior to this shooting, is that correct?
I have been informed of something along those lines, yes.
All right. So ATK is the bigger rival gang of Six Block, is that correct?
That's my understanding.
And the back and forth is mainly between Six Block's leader at the time, Charles Jones, and ATK's Youngin Ace, is that correct?
Well, there's back and forth between all of the gang members.
Right, but Youngin Ace is the prominent gang member that Charles Jones and Six Block argue with and feud with, correct?
They also argue with, my understanding, Ja'Cory Rivers on 1200 and some others. But as far as ATK, there's specific beef with the gang ATK. My understanding is that Young and Ace is the prominent figure of that gang.
All right. And Isaiah Chance fell out with that gang, with ATK.
That's what's been told to me.
All right. And ATK and 1200, they're two separate gangs. They're not the same gang.
That's my understanding.
So I want to go now to the beginning.
Sure.
I want to go to State's Exhibit 79.
Contents, features, coverages, features. It's gone. There you go. It's on fish.
Okay.
So this is Saturday, June 22nd, 2024. Is that correct?
I can't see the file name, but it does appear.
Yes.
Aaron. All right, this is June 22nd of 2024.
It appears to be.
All right, and this is at Sean Gathrights residence.
Correct.
And this is the part of the video camera where Isaiah Chance arrives at the residence, correct?
It appears to be.
And he's just gotten out of the vehicle with a firearm and tucked it into his waistband.
I can't recall which specific point, like in this clip right here.
All right,
But that does happen, yes.
okay. All right. Let's rewind that. All right. Did you see Mr. Chance tuck the firearm into his waistband?
I saw him tuck something from this angle, yes.
All right. At this point in time, Alicia Andrews is not present, correct?
That is correct.
All right. She's at home.
That is correct.
All right. And this is when Isaiah Chance first arrives.
Correct.
Isaiah Chance is going inside of Sean Gathwright's home.
Yes.
All right. Continue to play. At this time, the Impala is not present. Is that correct?
There's another angle. From this angle, I can't tell.
All right. Isaiah Chance grabs bags from his BMW. Is that accurate?
Well, it appears that he's grabbing yes, some bags from his BMW. Yes.
All right. At this point, Alicia Andrews is still not present on the scene.
Correct.
And there's a long bag that he's grabbing there. Is that correct? In his right hand.
The blue one in his right hand. Yes.
And there's the same long blue bag that Isaiah Chance grabbed. Going inside the house with it.
Yes.
He doesn't take the bag from the BMW and put it straight into the Chevy Impala. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And he goes back to the BMW to gather more belongings.
Yes, sir.
That's Sean Gathright on the camera.
Yes, sir.
Sean Gathright is with Isaiah Chance.
At
this
this
time.
time, yes,
Alicia Andrews is still not present.
that's correct.
Actually, Alicia Andrews is never present during any of the time where Sean Gathright and Isaiah Chance are packing and unpacking the vehicles at SeanGathright's house. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
She's at home.
Correct.
She doesn't know what they're doing.
I can't speak to what she knows.
You don't have any evidence that she knows what they're doing.
Speculation. Sustained as to state of mind, you can answer the question as far as evidence you may have or not have.
Do you have any evidence that Alicia Andrews knew that Isaiah Chance and Sean Gathright were packing any of these belongings in this car, in this Impala?
No,
Did Isaiah Chance tell Alicia Andrews that he was packing anything?
do I have evidence of
A
communication?
text message, anything?
No.
And they're packing these vehicles, they're going back and forth with these bags, they're doing that for a couple of hours. Is that correct?
I believe Mr. Chance got there somewhere around 12:30 p.m. And the packing occurs before they leave at 3:54. So yeah, I would say a couple hours, sure.
All right, and for that entire stretch of time, Alicia Andrews is not present.
Well, she arrives closer to the right before they leave
Right, but she's not present when they're packing any of the bags for those few hours. Is that correct?
for the packing of the bags. No,
Or the packing of the cars with the bags.
she's not present for this specific sequence of the bags coming out of Mr. Gaithright's car and going into the Impala
All right.
at this time.
Okay. All right. So Alicia Andrews gets there around what time?
Are we still using this or are
Yes.
you done?
Yes, we are.
I'd have to go to the report to give you the exact time.
That's fine.
15-20 hours.
15:20. So
At
that's
3:20 p.m.
3:20 p.m.
Yes.
All right. So back up to earlier on direct, you testified that those salespeople that came by the house that they were talking to Alicia Andrews in the BMW. She's sitting in the front passenger seat.
Correct.
All right. When she arrives in that BMW, she never goes inside of Sean Gathwright's home, right?
That is correct.
She sits in the vehicle
Yes.
and is away from Sean Gathright and away from Isaiah Chance, who just went into the home.
Up to the point where they all leave in the same car. Yes.
Right. And when Alicia Andrews gets out of the BMW, she goes into an Impala. Is that correct?
Yeah, it appeared she went into the back seat of Sean Gaithright's black Impala. Correct.
At this time, when Alicia Andrews is seated in the BMW, in that driveway there's no Chevy Impala there, correct?
Mr. Gaithright had left for some time in this sequence. Yes.
All right, so when she arrived, there was no black Impala.
I believe so. Yes.
There's another vehicle in the driveway, is that correct?
Yes.
A white car.
Yes, I see it.
All right, pause it. So the Impala pulls up, right, in this video. Do you see that?
Yes, I'm watching. Yes, sir.
All right. And Alicia Andrews is getting out of the front passenger seat of the BMW,
Correct.
and she goes directly into the backseat of the Impala.
Correct.
When Sean Gathright ran past the vehicle, did he stop and say hi to Alicia Andrews?
It did not appear that happened.
They don't even acknowledge each other. Is that correct?
I can't hear if there's
But
dialogue.
you didn't see them look at each other, correct?
Action, argumentative.
Overruled.
You didn't see them look at each other.
It
correct?
doesn't appear that they have much interaction in this clip. No,
They don't
sir.
give each other a hug or anything like that.
There was no hug that I saw, sir.
This video, it also had audio. Is that correct?
Yes, it did.
And it captured some conversations, or at least people talking back and forth throughout the few hours that they were packing the bags and packing the cars. Is that correct?
So the angle from that captures the driveway that was closest to the Impala, and like if you were right next to the Impala talking, you can make it out, but like anything further than that, it's very difficult to make out what's being said.
All right, but there are things that are being said on the camera, correct?
Yes,
And nothing on the camera footage, the audio from it, nothing says that Alicia Andrews knows of any murder plot.
they didn't articulate that on the camera, no, sir.
There is in this photo, this is when Alicia Andrews comes back.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
All right. And there's like a pink bag in the photo there.
At some point, yes.
All right. This pink bag, you were mentioning it on direct. Did you
Yes.
ever recover the pink bag?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
All right, it's not recovered. You know who the pink bag belongs to.
No,
So you don't know if it belongs to Alicia. You don't know if Alicia Andrews. You don't know if it belongs to Isaiah Chance. Correct.
no.
You don't know if it belongs to Sean Gathright.
I'm aware that it came out of Mr. Gathwright's home and ultimately goes back into Mr. Gathwright's home, but I have no way of proving who the rightful owner is of that pink bag.
Do you know what was in the pink bag?
No,
All right. And is that pink bag big enough to fit any of the rifles that are in evidence inside of it?
I can't. Without the dimensions of the bag, I wouldn't be able to speculate on that.
All right, no problem. The pink bag was it uncovered or found during the search warrant of Sean Gathwright's home?
Not that I'm aware.
What is the relevance of this pink bag?
So, again, there was bags that were loaded into the Impala out of Sean Gathwright's home. Those bags were then unloaded into the Airbnb, and then those bags were taken out of the Airbnb and transported back to Jacksonville.
Right, but there was a heavy focus on this pink bag, and I just want to make sure that we understand what the pink bag means. So that pink bag, as far as you know, didn't have any guns or weapons in it, correct?
I have no way of knowing what's inside the bag from the video footage.
All right. And when Alicia Andrews left Sean Gathwright's home initially, she was not driving the Impala. 60. So showing what's in evidence that states 60. So that's the Airbnb on the left there, correct?
Correct.
All right, and it has a ring camera. That's what you were showing.
Yes.
All right. There's parking along the side of the building, correct?
Correct.
All right. People do park on the side of the building, right?
There are spots there. Yes, sir.
So when Alicia Andrews arrives to that door, she is caught on that ring camera. Is that correct?
Yes.
You can see the ring camera from this distance, right?
Yes.
It's also listed in the Airbnb listing that there are security cameras at the premises, right?
I'm not aware of that.
You're not aware of that?
I'm not doubting it. I just I haven't read the listing
Okay.
to know that off the top of my head.
All right. When Alicia Andrews arrives to the Airbnb and she's on camera going in the front door, she approaches the door and she knocks on the door. Is that correct?
That's correct.
She has her bag in her hand.
She had, I believe, a phone in her hand, maybe a bag on her shoulder.
And when she approaches the door and knocks on it, someone from inside lets her in, correct?
That's what the evidence would suggest at this point with the log and all the information that we have. I have no definitive way of knowing that someone inside let her in.
Okay. Well, she knocks. She doesn't put in a code, correct?
It does appear she's knocking when the first video starts, yes.
All right. And because she doesn't have a key to the door, somebody on the inside must open it. Is that correct?
There's multiple ways to gain access. You can be let in by the owner. Somebody could open it. They could have been unlocked. At that specific moment, there's no way to tell what's happening inside the unit.
All right, but the owner is not inside the unit, right?
No,
The owner of the Airbnb, he actually lives in a different state.
correct. Yes, sir.
And the only way for him to open the door would be through some remote system.
Yes,
All right, and the owner was not talking to Alicia Andrews when she approached the door. Is that correct?
not that I have any evidence of.
All right. I'm going to play State's Exhibit 61A. Doing some. In this video, is Alicia Andrews hiding from the camera?
It doesn't appear to be. No. That's-
You hear someone say, "My bad," as she walks inside. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. So somebody was inside.
So the Ring camera has the ability to communicate via the speaker. The logical deduction at this point with the logs and all the information we have is that yes, we believe someone was inside at this moment, but there's no definitive way to know whether that voice came from inside or the speaker.
Okay. If it came from the speaker, it would have had to come from the owner or one of his employees. Is that correct?
Someone who has access to the account, sure.
All right. When you were interrogating Alicia Andrews, and up until, I guess, this trial, you initially believed that Alicia Andrews was let in through the intercom, through the remote access device.
Yes.
All right. When did you come to realize that Alicia was not let in remotely?
When I examined the locking mechanism log myself.
So like a month ago?
I can't recall the exact date, but yes, it was more recent to the trial than I didn't have it in July of 2020.
All right. And during the interrogation, you and Detective Campbell said you knew for 1000% that she opened the door and let everyone else in through the back. Is that correct?
And so there's logical deductions and inferences that have to be made with circumstantial evidence. That's a part of the requirement. Evidence, it's still evidence. At that time, I was not privy to the locking log that would have shown that the lock was manipulated somewhere in between 55 and 36 when we see it. There's a 36-second buffer that, yes, theoretically, it's possible somebody else put in the code and came in right before she did. And from the logs, we can see that they lock and lock almost simultaneously. So it does appear, now that I have all of the information, that that somebody likely came in a few seconds before her, she got locked out, and that's why she's knocking. And yes,
All right. But I guess you didn't have all the information about that until a month before trial.
specifically the locking log, the exhibit where we can see the thumb lock turn and unlock. I didn't have that information during the interrogation room while I was in the interrogation.
And that locking log changed your perception of what you were seeing in this video, correct?
In totality, yes, sir.
So is it still your opinion that Alicia Andrews opened the door with a code or was let in remotely and then let people in through the back?
No, as far as the entry, those are two separate things. As far as the entry, again, I just testified to the fact that when we analyze all of the data, it's to include the locking log mechanism. It does appear that someone let her in. She didn't put in a code herself. And as far as whether she opened the back door or not, I have no way of knowing who opened the back door.
Okay. All right. At this time, I think you've testified that, and the time is there on the screen, 1955. That's 7:55 p.m. Correct?
Correct.
And Davion Murphy is not on scene yet.
The cell phone evidence that I have would suggest that yes, he was not on scene yet.
All right. So when Alicia Andrews arrives to the Airbnb, it's impossible for her to see Davion Murphy and whoever Davion Murphy was driving to Tampa with at the Airbnb in the beginning.
The Murphys arrived 5 minutes after she did.
Okay.
At that specific time that she arrives at 7:52, yes, they were not there. She would not have seen them at 7:52.
And she would not have seen them when she first walked into the door either, is correct?
Yeah, their devices, the Davion's device arrives at 7:57. She's walking into the door at 7:55. So correct. When she's walking into the door, we don't believe that she would have seen Davion Murphy.
All right. And you don't know when Davion Murphy went into the Airbnb, if he even went into the Airbnb at this time.
No, pretty much all front door usage stops after this.
All right. Showing what's in evidence is State's Exhibit 66. This is the locking entries of the door of the Airbnb. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. So at let's start at 608. 608, the access code is deleted, correct?
That's what it says. Yes, sir.
And this is June 23rd, 2024, correct?
No, I'm sorry. At the very top, it starts. The bottom is
22nd.
so everything below where it says June 22nd. That's all June 22nd.
All right. So that's June 22nd, 2024. That's the day that Alicia Andrews arrives to the Airbnb.
Yes, sir. Correct.
All right. And the access code is deleted at 6:08 p.m.
Yes, sir.
Before Alicia Andrews or anyone else arrives to the Airbnb, right?
That was before anyone arrived. Correct. Yes.
So that's a previous access code and before a previous tenant.
That's what I would assume. Yes.
Then you see that the door is unlocked by access code at 7:55.
Correct.
Correct.
Yes.
And the door is unlocked by access code, but Alicia Andrews is not putting in the code, correct?
Correct.
And if it's unlocked by an access code, that means somebody's supposed to be at the door putting in a code.
Correct.
That is not captured on any video, correct?
So I'm not sure as far as retract a little bit. I'm not sure what it would show if someone was remotely logged in, but this would imply, unlocked by access code, that somebody put in a code, correct? And there is nothing captured on camera of somebody putting in a code, correct?
All right. So either the camera did not capture the person who put in the code, meaning the camera is faulty, or the door unlocked by itself with the access code.
So again, there's a 36-second buffer that we have to work with. And at this point, there had been no activity, an hour. I am familiar that Ring cameras, in order to save battery, put themselves in sleep mode. So in theory, if you were moving fast enough, you could get in before the camera fully boots up and start recording. Because when the recording starts at 55:36, it's actually her approaching right before she knocks. So the evidence would suggest 7:55 unlocked by access code, 7:55:36 she's on camera about to hit the door, that whoever put in this access code and came in from her came in seconds prior. And the camera likely would have been booting up.
All right. So the camera did not capture the first person who went in, or maybe first two people that went in.
Correct.
So the camera itself does not show every exchange in and out of the Airbnb.
So there is a corresponding video to pretty much all of these locking mechanisms. So if there's movement at the door, whether you can beat the movement and the image it's going to capture is just the blank space after you've gotten out of the line of view. But there is a corresponding recording with all of the locking mechanisms or movement at the door.
Just with all of them or with most of them?
The only one that I didn't find a video for was the 7:59, unlocked by thumb turn, locked by thumb turn, but every other one had a corresponding video.
Well, and the 755 did not have a corresponding video.
No, it did. The 7:55,
The
36.
unlocked by access code?
There's two. So the one where we see her walk up and knock, that's a 7:55, 36. And then the one she turns around, walks away. When she walks back and actually gains in, that's at 7:56. So both of those motions in front of the camera have corresponding. So yes, there's two different activations.
Uh, This locking log that we see here still states Exhibit 66. You said that it was initially sent to Detective McGill. Is that correct?
Yes, I had reviewed the email. It appears to have been sent originally to Detective McGill.
All right. And you found out about this locking log after there was a deposition taken of the owner of this Airbnb. Is that correct?
Correct.
After I took the deposition.
Correct.
All right. So during that deposition, there was information uncovered that there was a locking log.
That I was made aware of it. Yes.
All right. And you didn't know about the locking log before that deposition?
I was made aware that the owner had some kind of app where he can track. I personally had not reviewed a log or known that a log was sent.
Okay. You testified yesterday that Sean Gathright was at Teaser's nightclub at around 10 or 10:30?
The specific testimony was that Sean Gathrigh's device traveled up and down Nebraska in the vicinity of Teaser's nightclub between 10 and 10:30 p.m. on Saturday, the 22nd. Yes, sir.
And Davion Murphy's device was also in the same area?
I can't recall at this time about Davion's.
All right, so,
I believe so, yes. Davion's device, yes.
all right. All right, and Rashad Murphy didn't have a phone.
The best that we can see from the evidence, that we don't believe that Mr. Rashad Murphy had his own device attributed to him during this incident.
All right, and then Isaiah Chance was also in this vicinity around Teasers at 10:30.
Yes.
So we know the whereabouts of Isaiah Chance, Sean Gathright, and at least Davion Murphy at around 10:30. Is that correct?
That's what the evidence would suggest, yes.
All right. And the only reason we don't know where Rashad Murphy is at around 10:30 is because he doesn't have a phone for you all to track.
Correct.
Alicia Andrews, however, is at the Airbnb at 10:30. Is that correct?
Or her device is at the Airbnb,
Or her
yes.
device.
Mhm.
And her device is at the Airbnb. She also uses that device at the Airbnb, correct?
So we believe so.
Right. That's the photograph you showed yesterday of Alicia Andrews posting on Instagram a Pandora bracelet.
Yes.
And that was around the time of 10:30, 11 o'clock at night.
Yes, sir.
All right. So certainly the purpose of that was to show that Alicia Andrews was actually using her device at around that time, correct?
We believe that Alicia Andrews had control of her device at that time, yes.
And so while the four boys are off at Teasers at 10:30, Alicia Andrews is at the Airbnb.
I would agree to that, yes.
So they left Alicia Andrews and went to go look or stalk Charles Jones. Is that correct?
I can't testify that what they were doing specifically other than the whereabouts of their devices. And I do know that Mr. Jones was not at Teasers at 10:30.
He wasn't. But the flyer that we looked at earlier, it has a time frame for when this party is supposed to happen at Teasers, correct?
Correct.
And the party started, was it 8 or 10 p.m.?
The hours listed on the flyer, I believe, were from 8 p.m. to 3 a.m.
So 8 p.m. to 3 a.m. The four boys are at Teasers or around that area. At least their devices show that they're around that area. All three of them, except for Rashad, at around the same time that this party is supposed to be happening.
Yes.
And they stay in that vicinity for some time.
Approximately 30 minutes.
All right, we'll come back to that. Can we get States Exhibit 76, B5 through B7? While they're gathering the exhibit, At some point during that night, Sean Gathright begins to text an individual, correct?
Yes, sir.
He begins to text an individual named Kyla.
Kyla Enright, yes, sir.
All right. And at that time, that individual is in Orlando.
I believe that's what the messages said. Yes, sir.
Kyla Enright, does not know Alicia Andrews. Is that correct?
I have no evidence of Enright knowing Miss Andrews. No.
All right. Kyla Enright is actually at the time in a relationship of some sort with Sean Gathright.
That was my understanding. I don't know specifically the details of their relationship.
All right. All right. So Sean Gathright texts Kyla Enright something to the effect of, "Hey, can you find out where Fat Boy is at? Because Fat Boy is with Charles Jones." Is that correct?
Yes, specifically, I need you to text Fat Boy. He's with Six. We believe that he was trying to solicit the address to the Airbnb where Mr. Jones was at. Yes.
Okay. And Kyla Enright, from the text messages, Sean Gathright is trying to use her to figure out where Charles Jones is at that night.
Yes.
He's not using Alicia Andrews at that time period. Correct?
Is Sean
Sean
Gathright
Gathright is
texting
not
Alicia
texting
Andrews
Alicia
at that specific time? No.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Sean Gathright is not texting Alicia Andrews to figure out where Charles Jones is at, correct?
No.
Sean Gathright is not having Alicia Andrews go to the Airbnb where Charles Jones is at, correct?
Is Sean Gathright having Alicia Andrews go to? No. Yeah, that's correct.
All right. And Sean Gathright or Isaiah Chance or anyone is not sending Alicia Andrews to any of the nightclubs by herself to go party with Charles Jones. Is that correct?
At the time that Sean Gathright is doing this, he's at the Airbnb with Alicia Andrews.
At the time that Sean Gathright is texting Kyla Enright to figure out where Charles Jones is at, SeanGathright's device is in the same location as where Alicia Andrews is at.
Correct.
All right. And he's not talking to Alicia Andrews to tell her to do what he's asking Kyla Enright to do, correct?
There's no communication that we found on the phone between Sean Gathright and Alicia Andrews at the time that Sean Gathright is texting Kayla Enright.
All right. So this is the text.
Yes.
It's 12:30
Yes.
a.m. This is after Sean Gathright and crew get back to the Airbnb from hanging out around Teasers, correct?
Correct.
All right. So he gets back, they get back. Sean Gathright sends this text to Kyla Enright. "I need y'all to text Fat Boy." Correct?
Yes.
All right. And when he says y'all, is that an indication that there's one person or two people that he's speaking to?
I assume he's talking to Kyla.
All right. And then Kyla's device texts back and says, "About what?" Is that correct?
Yes.
So Kyla's not privy to any sort of plan or plot that Sean Gathright has at this point.
It doesn't appear to be.
Sean Gathright sends another text to, or at least his device sends another text to Kyla Enright's device, correct? And it says, "Hey sis, I need you, text Fat Boy and tell him you're trying to pull up and trying to see him tonight." You see that text message?
Yes, sir, I do.
And this text message, it says, "A sis," correct?
Yes, that's what it says.
Kyla Enright is with Sean Gathright's sister, blood sister at this time, correct?
I can't recall if she told me that or not, but I don't know of that.
All right. And the device texts back and says, "He know I'm gone. I've been FT him while I'm out." You said you don't know what FT means, right?
I think it means FaceTime, but I didn't know at the time that I was asked.
Okay. So he know I'm gone. I've been FaceTiming him while I'm out. Right? Whoever is talking to Sean Gathright on Kyla's device says that she's been FaceTiming someone named Fat Boy. Correct?
That's what this would suggest.
All right. And then Sean Gathright says he in Tampa right now. RN is right now, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Sean Gathright then texts and says, but make it seem like you don't know he there. Is that correct?
Correct.
This is at 12:36 a.m.
Correct.
All right. And so Sean Gathright is telling whoever is texting him from Kyla's device to be deceptive about her reasons for contacting Fat Boy.
It would appear so.
And then he says he at a B&B with 6. 6 stands for 6 block.
My understanding in this reference or in this context, it's specifically referring to Mr. Jones.
All right. So the he is referring to no.
The 6
The
is
6
referring.
is referring to
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Jones,
Mhm.
and the he is referring to Fat Boy.
Correct.
So he, Fat Boy, at B&B with 6, and of course the B&B is for the Airbnb that Charles Jones was at prior to going to any clubs that night.
Yeah, the Airbnb where the pool party was at. Yes, yes, sir.
And that was a public pool party, correct?
My understanding is that that address was not publicly broadcast, that you would have had to DM Mr. Jones. He did put out a message saying if for the females, if they privately DM him, he would disclose the address, but it wasn't publicly broadcast.
Understood. So if you had the address, you were pretty much able to come to the pool party.
If Mr. Jones personally invited you through the DM process, yes.
All right. So Sean is saying to this individual, he at a B&B with 6, be like, where you at? I want to pull up. I'm drunk, and you trying to fuck.
Yes.
All right. From that message, is there any indication that Sean Gathright believes that you need a special invitation from Charles Jones to get to this pool party?
Place, if you know, you can answer.
I'm sorry, repeat that question.
I'll just move on.
Okay.
And before I move on, this individual that he's telling to do this, to pretend like they're drunk and that they want to have sex with Fat Boy, that is either Kyla Enright, his girlfriend, or his sister. Is that correct?
The belief was that it was Kyla Enright because it's Kyla Enright's phone number. I interviewed Kyla Enright and she told me she doesn't remember whether she sent these messages or not.
Okay. And then Sean Gathright says, never mind. That's at 12:39 a.m., correct?
Correct.
The person with the device, Kyla Enright's device, says, we at Tier, the club.
Mhm.
And then she says, you want to come to the B&B with us, correct?
Yes.
All right. So this individual is asking Sean Gathright if he wants to come to the B&B with us, with multiple people.
That's what the message reads.
All right. And then when Sean Gathright does not, I'm sorry, then she or the person puts a question mark, right?
Yes.
Sean Gathright responds and says, no, I'm in Tampa. I'm trying to see where his B&B at. His is referring to Charles Jones, correct?
Correct.
And then the woman or the person on the other line says, who B&B, right?
Yes.
Suggesting that this person still does not know why Sean Gathright is texting them or what he's texting them exactly for, correct?
It seems to be there's some confusion. Yes.
And then Sean Gathright texts back, his device texts back and says 6, correct?
Yes, sir.
6 being Charles Jones.
But yes.
And if it wasn't clear, he then says fools or Foolio, I'm assuming, right?
That's what I would assume too, sir. Yes.
All right. And then it says it's his B-day and Fat Boy with him. So again, this person who has Sean Gathwright's device, whether it's Sean Gathwright or someone else, is saying that it's Charles Jones's birthday, and again, Fat Boy is with him.
That's what I'm understanding, yes, sir.
And then the person who has Kyla Enright's phone or Kyla Enright says, not here in Jacksonville. Is that correct?
That's what I would understand, JX to mean Jacksonville.
And then Sean Gathwright's device says, not in Tampa. And then the person says, what?
Yes.
Correct? And then that person says, let me FT. Let me FaceTime, right?
Yes.
So she just does what he asks her to do, right?
Yeah, it appears, yes.
With no understanding completely of what Sean Gathwright is asking her to do, correct?
To add some context, Kayla Enright said she was drunk.
She said she
during
was
this.
drunk?
Yes, she said she was at a club and she was very, very drunk and she doesn't remember this conversation.
All right. So she's drunk and she's following instructions.
That might help understand why there seems to be some confusion in the text messaging back and forth. So I'm just.
All right. He says, but play like you don't know it. Correct?
Yes.
And the drunk Kyla Enright comes back and says, FB, Fat Boy, is going to Beezer's tonight or some shit like that. Correct?
Yes, correct.
Beezer's, probably teasers, right?
That's the logical deduction. Yes, sir.
She was able to figure out where he was going that night.
Yes, it does believe like she got some information from Fat Boy.
All right. But that's the same information that was already known to Sean Gathwright, correct?
Yes.
And would be known to someone that was looking at Charles Jones's Instagram page, correct?
Correct.
But not everybody knows where Charles Jones is going to be at that night, especially not Kyla Enright. She didn't know before she did the FaceTime call, correct?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
Kyla Enright did not know that Charles Jones was going to be at Teasers before she did the FaceTime call to Fat Boy. Is that correct?
I have no idea whether Kyla Enright knew that Mr. Jones was performing at Teasers that night.
Sean Gathwright's device texts back and says, is he there yet? And this is at 1:28 a.m. Is that correct?
1:25 a.m. Yes, sir.
Oh, sorry. Yes, you're correct. And it's read at 1:28 a.m., right?
Yes.
Kyla Enright comes back with more information and she says no.
Correct.
All right. So this is supposed to be a well thought out conspiracy, right?
We believe it was premeditated and planned. Yes.
Planned for days, weeks, how long?
From some messages on John's phone, at least weeks.
At least weeks. And I have the but they're planning it for weeks, and as they get to Tampa, this Sean Gathwright still is like trying to figure out how he's going to find Charles Jones. Is that correct?
The pool party was not advertised weeks in advance. I don't think anyone knew in advance that there was going to be a private pool party at an Airbnb.
But at some time, Charles Jones did post about being at an Airbnb, right?
Yes.
It's pretty vocal about his surroundings and where he's at throughout his stay in Tampa, right?
Yes.
He's on his Instagram posting that he's in an Airbnb, right? That he's drinking in an Airbnb, right? And he also is he wants individuals to come and party with him for his birthday, right?
He broadcasted advertising that he was willing to give the address to females who would DM him. Yes.
All right. So these females, they did not have to be associated or affiliated with 6 Block, right?
I'm not sure what Mr. Jones' requirement was for his acceptance of females.
All right. So you're not sure what the requirements were. Did you ask anybody that was with Charles Jones that night whether this was a 6 block affiliated only party or whether it was open to any woman that looked good enough for them to be there?
I didn't specifically ask the people who were with Mr. Jones about what requirement a female would need to meet to be at the party. No.
All right. You have no indication that Charles Jones knew Alicia Andrews. Is that correct?
No.
All right. No, it's not correct, or no, he doesn't know?
I'm sorry. I have no evidence that Mr. Jones knew who Alicia Andrews was.
All right. And so Alicia Andrews, like any other woman, could have DM'd Charles Jones to get this address for this Airbnb. Is that correct?
We're getting into hypothetical theories. Yeah, sure.
Well, I mean, she could have taken her device and went to her Instagram and sent a message to Charles Jones, right?
I am aware that Alicia Andrews dated Kay Shorty, and so there is probably some historical, that would. I mean, if we're gonna, theorize about this. So, do I know that Mr. Jones knew Alicia? I have no evidence of that direct knowledge. Is it possible that Mr. Jones knew who Alicia was? Yes.
All right. So you're mentioning Kay Shorty and Alicia's past with an individual named Kay Shorty. There were individuals at the party, specifically Aaliyah Albrighton, who had dated the rival gang's most prominent members' blood brother, correct?
Aaliyah Albritton, from the information that I was given, dated Quan. Quan is on that side, yes.
On the opposing side.
On opposing from Foolio's side, yes, sir.
And Quan is a rival. No, I'm sorry. Quan is the blood brother of Young and Ace.
That's my understanding, that they were at the town center shooting in the same vehicle, yes.
And Aaliyah Albrighton was allowed into the Airbnb, correct?
Yes.
So after Sean Gathright gets pretty much the same information he already had from Kyla Enright that Charles Jones was going to Teasers, they stopped texting.
Correct.
All right. And that was around 1:30 a.m.?
Message sent at 1:25, read at 1:28.
All right. So at that time, how long after that did we see Alicia Andrews in the drive-thru at McDonald's?
Would have been approximately 15-20 minutes. I believe the time was somewhere around 1:35 to 1:40.
Okay. So around the time that Sean Gathright is texting or wrapping up this text messaging with Kyla Enright, Alicia Andrews is getting ready to head to McDonald's. Is that correct?
It's in that same hour, yes.
All right. I need 41. State's Exhibit 41.
See what, Mr. McClement, where you're getting the video set up to where you want it to be, let's go ahead and take just a quick 5 minute piece. Okay, be back.
All rise.
Same rules.
Yes, sir.
Actually, before we get back to this video, I did want to show, for the purpose of the jury, this. Again, this is State Exhibit 86, A through C. I'm showing you this post. You see this post here from Alicia Andrews' phone?
Yes, sir.
All right, and it's at 2:01 UTC time.
2:01 UTC, so it would have been 10:01 PM on the 22nd.
And she's posting about this Pandora necklace while the four boys are out at teasers.
Again, I don't know that they were at teasers, but yes, their devices were on Nebraska near teasers from 10 to 10:30, correct?
All right. And this photograph shows another post from Alicia Andrews' device, correct?
Yes.
Trying to figure out why TF is Pizza Hut so MF high all of a sudden. I just want some wings. You see that?
Yes, I see it, sir.
And that was posted at 2:02 UTC time,
Around that same time, yes, sir.
around the same time that she's posting the Pandora.
Yes.
So she's worried about food while the others are out near teasers. Is that correct?
I do believe she was hungry at that time, yes, sir.
Showing what's in evidence as State's Exhibit 41. This is the back of the teaser's parking lot, is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what time is the Chevy Cruze initially on camera?
So we first see it at approximately 2:17, and then driving through the parking lot, and then it goes out of view, and then it comes back into view at I believe around 2:24, the correct time. So
All right, so the silver Chevy Cruze, is that the vehicle towards the back with the driver door open right now?
yes,
And when it first appeared on camera, that parking spot was taken, correct?
yes,
All the parking spots that you can see in this camera angle were taken when the Chevy Cruze first came through the parking lot, correct?
correct, yes, sir.
All right. And the person jumping out of the driver's seat is Isaiah Chance?
Yes, sir, correct,
All right. Alicia is not driving this vehicle, correct?
correct.
Alicia Andrews gets out of the front passenger seat, right?
Yes.
And you see that Isaiah Chance is on Alicia Andrews' phone.
Yes.
At this point, is she looking around the corner for Charles Jones or anything like that?
It does appear she's looking around.
Is she looking at the direction of Charles Jones?
They're walking towards the position where you would be able to see Charles Jones.
She has her hands in her pocket when she's walking around.
That's what it appears.
following behind Isaiah Chance.
She's with Isaiah Chance, yes, sir.
All right. What was it? At that time, this is on the camera, this is 2:21, but this camera is like 7 minutes and 23 seconds slow. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes,
So-
sir. So it would be right now 2:28, almost 2:29.
All right. And there are call detail records that show a call from Alicia Andrews' phone to Sean Gath right around that time, correct?
No, it was off by a couple minutes. So the specific four interactions between Sean Gathright phone and Alicia's phone is 2:31 real time. This is 2:20, almost 2:29 real time. So we don't believe that those calls are being made until the back in the car.
So your testimony is that when Isaiah Chance takes the phone and he has it up to his face area, that there's no call being made at that time, no record of a call being made at that time?
Through the call detail records, I can't attest to any other forms of applications. We do believe that there was other forms being utilized that would not be discoverable in her call detail records. Specifically, those interactions at 2:31. There's a message of pick up the phone. So whatever method that they're using apparently isn't being answered at 2:31, and then those messages get sent.
All right, so that's, I guess, where we're getting at. When Alicia Andrews is standing next to Isaiah Chance and he's using the phone, there's no record that an actual call was made at that time.
Not in the call detail records
but it's
at
possible.
2:28.
Correct. But it's possible that there was a call made through some other app, right?
But that's a possibility, yes, sir.
Possible through maybe like a WhatsApp or maybe a Signal or maybe even Facebook or Instagram, correct?
Yes, sir.
There's a number of apps that can make calls
Yes, sir.
that do not show up on the call detail records.
Correct.
But if you have an iCloud, I guess, search warrant return, can you find out whether there were calls made through any of these other apps?
No, not necessarily. It depends on what you back up on your iCloud. So you can back up photos or contacts, not necessarily messages or apps. So the best way would be if we had the actual physical device in the current state that it was in at that time. And obviously we never recovered those devices.
And we'll get to that phone part a little bit later.
Yes, sir.
But there is a possibility that you can recover data that would show calls being made out of the CDR realm.
Under the right circumstances, sure, yes.
Okay. All right. So there's a text message from Alicia Andrews' device to Sean Gathright around that 2:31 time period. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the text message says, pick up the phone.
Correct.
That text message was sent twice.
Yes.
Right. An indication that whoever Isaiah Chance was trying to reach out to did not answer the phone.
That's what I'm understanding. Yes.
So Alicia Andrews would not have heard any conversation that Isaiah Chance had with anybody while he was on the phone or trying to use the phone there because there was no conversation to be had. Is that correct?
I would not say that.
So what would you say?
There's apparent continuous communication. So I don't know specifically what phone call he didn't pick up or that specific message, but there's communication throughout the night continuously. So
We'll get to the rest of the night.
Sure.
At least as far as right here in this moment where you have camera footage of Alicia Andrews standing next to Isaiah Chance with her phone in hand, there's no phone call or no records, no evidence that she heard a conversation that he was having.
So there's a 3-minute break between 2:28 and 2:31. So I have no way of telling whether there was a successful conversation had near those cars. And then on the walk back, he's again attempting to call, and that's the failed call. So, there's no way of telling whether there was a successful conversation at 2:20 in between those cars.
So there's like that 3-minute gap, 2:28 to 2:31,
Yes, sir.
but they're not on camera, correct? And but you're saying that there's a
No.
possible.
2:28 to 2:31, they're on camera. They're just in different spots.
Sorry, they're not on this camera. At 2:28 to 2:31.
So no, yeah, they briefly come off the screen here to the left, but they started around 2:27, 2:28 in between the cars, right? Walked around. They briefly come off, and then they shortly come after and go walk towards the car. So yeah, most of the time they're on camera. The actual 2:31 where the calls are being placed or the messages are being sent, they're in the car.
All right. Let it play. And you can take out that. All right, pause it. All right, so that is Alicia Andrews and Isaiah Chance again walking towards the vehicle.
Yes, sir. Correct.
And on the camera, the device surveillance footage, that's 2:22 a.m. So that is around 2:29 a.m. in real time.
2:29:26 to be precise.
All right. So they were off camera maybe about a minute.
I would say so. Yes, sir.
All right. Play. She's got her hands in her pockets, sort of following him back to the car. Is that correct?
They appear to be walking side by side, hands in pocket. Yes, sir.
All right. When he walks back to the car, do you see him attempting to make any phone calls?
I can't tell what's happening inside the vehicle from this camera angle, sir.
Well, not inside. When they were walking back to the car, did you see him making any phone calls?
Again, I couldn't see the front of his body. I
want
can't
that part.
speculate on that.
All right. So I'll just pay attention to his hands.
Okay.
They're not by his face with a phone. Is that accurate?
Not, yes, correct. Well, I mean, the elbow went up there on the left, but yeah, I would agree that it doesn't appear that his hands near his face.
All right. So they get back in the car. At this time, it's 2:29-ish.
Almost 2:30, yes.
All right. And then that's when around there, like a minute after or so, the text, I guess the call detail record shows that there's a call going out.
The call detail record show that there's some text calls that weren't connected, and then that's where the texts come in. Yes.
All right. So it's 2:31. They're in the car. The phone makes a call to Sean Gathright. That call does not connect.
Correct.
And then there's text messages saying, pick up the phone.
Correct. Yes, sir.
All right. And in more colorful language, he says, pick up the effing phone.
Yes, twice, I believe. Yes, sir.
So he's having trouble getting in touch with Sean Gathright.
Yeah, whoever's using Alicia Andrews' device inside the car at that time is having a hard time getting a Sean Gathright. That's what I'm getting.
Well, do you think that Alicia Andrews is using his phone?
I can't testify to who's using the phone at 2:31 inside that car right now.
And they leave the parking lot at 2:32, correct?
It's shortly after this. Yeah, I can't remember the exact time frame. Between 2:32, 2:34. Yeah, something like that.
All right. So after they leave Teasers, they go somewhere else. When I say they, I mean Isaiah Chance and Alicia Andrews.
Correct.
All right. Yesterday, you testified that they went somewhere over on Hillsborough. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
All right. They went to another club called Players Club for cross-examination.
Go ahead, everyone.
They went to another club called Players Club. Is that correct?
No, I don't know if that's correct. I don't know where they went on Hillsborough. I just know that the devices are tracking to the area of Hillsborough.
And they stayed in that area for some time, correct?
So the device actually moves around a lot. They were only stationary in between 2:30 and 3 in one area for any particular time for 6 minutes. So I don't know where they're at. I don't know what they're doing.
You were able to track down that Alicia Andrews went to McDonald's, correct?
Correct.
That she ended up at Teasers,
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
That she was at Truth 18, correct?
Correct.
That she was at USF, correct?
The Homestead Suites, yes.
Well, the actual
Oh, the USF camp, yes,
and
correct,
then
yes, sir.
and then home to suites,
Yes.
correct? But you weren't able to track down where she was at during that 6 minute period that you're saying she was somewhere on Hillsborough.
We definitely made efforts. Detective Klein and a couple other detectives and myself went around that area. I believe there was no specific particular spot that where the 6 minutes. It's still was easy to designate. So we went to multiple businesses. Walmart. There's a Walmart at Hillsborough and 19th, and then some other ones. We didn't find footage. No,
But Charles Jones was never on Hillsborough, right?
not that.
Never in the vicinity where Alicia Andrews and Isaiah Chance went after they left Teasers, correct?
He's inside Teasers at that time.
All right. So they leave Teasers to go somewhere else where Charles Jones is not at.
Alicia Andrews and Isaiah Chance, correct.
All right. After Alicia Andrews and Isaiah Chance leave the Hillsborough area, they go to Truth 18.
No, they go back towards Teasers. So they from Teasers they go to Hillsborough area and then they work their way back to Teasers, as was evidenced by the cell data and that map function that showed directions back to Teaser 258.
But you don't see them on any cameras when you're claiming they went back to Teasers. Is that correct?
They went to the area. No, they didn't get within line sight of the cameras at Teasers, correct?
They're in that area, but they're not actually in the parking lot or anything like that.
No, not by the time they made it past 3.
All right. So then at some point, Alicia Andrews and Isaiah Chance end up at Truth 18.
Yes.
All right. And showing what's in evidence is States Exhibit 75 C6. All right. This photograph is outside of Truth 18. Is that correct?
Correct.
And this photograph, you can see a bunch of people on the second floor,
Yes.
and an individual right in front of the camera. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this device, the photograph, the screenshot of the picture is taken on Alicia Andrews' device.
Correct.
And did you find any camera footage that showed who was taking this photograph?
So I found that individual right there walking through the parking lot. And when he makes it to this point, he's out of view. So we can't see within the line of sight of the cameras this far out to see who was taking that picture.
Okay. So you don't know if that was Isaiah Chance taking the photograph or Alicia Andrews taking the photograph?
No, just that it was her device.
Do you know if this photograph was sent to anyone?
No, I don't know that.
And showing what's in evidence is States Exhibit 44.
This one's gonna have a lot of audio. I don't know.
I think he turned it down. Let's turn that on. Turn it down. that was Charles Jones going into the Truth 18 Lounge, correct?
Yes, sir.
And sometime after that, you do see Alicia Andrews and Isaiah Chance walking through the parking lot.
Correct.
We'll come back to it. Just fine. All right. So after they leave Troop 18, Alicia Andrews and Isaiah Chance, they travel to the USF area.
Yes, yes,
And they're seen on camera at this on a pole camera at USF.
correct.
The vehicle is.
The Silver Cruise.
All right. Then the vehicle drives into USF and it's off camera.
Yes.
Correct? And it's at USF for about maybe 5 minutes or so. Is that correct?
Approximately.
All right. You're not sure exactly what they were doing over there, Alicia Andrews and Isaiah Chance?
So they followed the victim's entourage to that area, and I would assume they're staging across the street.
Okay, when you say staging, you did use that word in direct examination.
Yes,
What does that mean?
that they're parking near the homes to suites to be in the area.
Okay. And after that, Charles Jones is shot and killed at the Home 2 Suites hotel in the parking lot.
At some point, yes.
After he's shot and killed, there's a bunch of celebratory messages, correct?
Correct.
Someone says, "I'm coming home, my thirst is quenched, pop a bottle of Don Julio today." Do you remember that text message?
I do.
Do you remember that it comes from Sean Gathride's device?
I do.
And you remember that it goes to an individual that one of the Murphy brothers knows?
Correct.
All right. So presumably Sean Gathright did not send that text message, correct?
Correct.
One of the Murphy brothers used his phone to send it.
I believe they're cousins.
Oh, sorry. One of the Murphy cousins uses the phone to send that message, correct?
Correct.
Is it Rashad Murphy who does not have a phone that sends that message?
The evidence, it's actually Davion Murphy. I verified it ultimately.
Okay, so it's Davion Murphy that sends that message?
Yes.
Then there's another message. "I'm coming home, my thirst is quenched. I love you, Murphy." Is that Davion Murphy or Rashad Murphy that sends that message?
I'm sorry. So you're correct. So there's two messages, two different numbers, sent around the same time. I made contact with the young lady who was the subject of one of those messages, and she confirmed to me that it was Davion who sent it to her. I don't know about the second one.
Okay.
I mean, in theory, Davion could have sent one, Rashad could have sent the other, but I just assumed Davion sent both.
Okay. But Alicia Andrews didn't send any of these text messages, correct?
Those specific messages, no.
All right. And in addition to that, Isaiah Chance posts on Instagram shortly after the murder, correct?
Correct.
And he posts a picture of Bill Belichick.
And Isaiah Chance, I believe, was Tom Brady and Bill Belichick. Rashad Murphy was just Bill Belichick. Well, correct.
All right. I have it backwards, but
Sure.
regardless, well, we have both Isaiah Chance and Rashad posting pictures of either Bill Belichick or Tom Brady, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in their world, that's a celebration, correct?
That was what I understand. Yes.
Alicia Andrews did not post either of those two posts, correct?
No, sir.
Then we have an individual, Young and Ace, who releases a song shortly after the murder, correct?
Correct.
The song's called Game Over.
The one specifically right after the murder, on the day of the murder, was "Do It." Game Over came a few days later.
All right. Few days. So there's two songs that Young and Ace dropped right after the murder.
Correct.
All right. And in one of Young and Ace's songs, he speaks to what happened. This murder happened at around
40.
4 a.m. A little bit after 4 a.m. Closer to 5 a.m.
Yeah, specifically 4:40 a.m. Yes.
4:40 a.m. And Young and Ace song specifically says 5 in the morning, got a call. What is this? Dead on the floor, dead on arrival, Mr. Six. That song is a celebration of the fact that Charles Jones is dead, correct?
That's what I'm gathering, yes.
They call Mr. Charles Jones Mr. Six.
Yes,
All right. And he's celebrating, and Alicia Andrews didn't write that song or release that song, correct?
and I have no evidence of that, yes.
Alicia Andrews does not make any posts celebrating the death of Charles Jones after his death, correct?
Not that I have any evidence of, correct?
She doesn't send any text messages to anyone celebrating the death of Charles Jones, correct?
And not that I found.
And she's the only one in the group that does not have some form of celebratory text or post about the death of Charles Jones. Is that correct?
I want to be clear, I don't have all of her communication. So as from what I have, specifically an old iCloud a backup that doesn't include everything backed up, and the Instagram in that evidence, from what I have, no, there doesn't appear to be a celebratory post made by Alicia Andrews.
All right. But you said there's an old iCloud. What do you mean by old?
That's probably the wrong verbiage. Just that there's aspects of it that are older than others. So every time you back up your iCloud, you can choose to back up certain aspects of it. And so the backup that she had, a lot of the features of it were older. Some of them are new. The photos, obviously, we got that photo from that weekend, but some of the features were older.
All right. Do you know, or did your cell phone experts at the Tampa Police Department find out whether Alicia Andrews turned off the ability of any of the apps to back up to the cloud?
Again, I'm not aware of all of her apps being backed up onto iCloud.
Well, let me ask it a different way. Are you aware of any apps not being backed up to the iCloud?
I'm not aware of the backup, the app backup situation. I just know that there wasn't anything found pertinent to this investigation.
Okay. Certainly her Instagram was, her posts, her messages, all those things were in the iCloud.
There's two sources. I actually wrote a search warrant on her Instagram, so we got the messages directly from Instagram, and I believe on her physical device, the newer one that she had days after the murder, there's some evidence of Instagram information there, but the iCloud backup, I'm not sure that had any Instagram information from that time period.
Okay, so it's fair to say, well, you tell me, is it fair to say that you have her entire Instagram?
For a limited period.
Well, at least the period where the murder happened.
Correct.
And there's no post, no celebrations, no indication that Alicia Andrews was celebrating the death of Charles Jones.
On Instagram, correct.
You're obviously a homicide detective, correct?
Yes, I am, sir.
And you got into the homicide unit a few months before this homicide took place. Is that correct?
Specifically February 6, 2024, yes.
So about a little over 4 months.
Correct.
All right. And this was your first homicide case as a lead. Is that correct?
As a lead detective, yes.
All right. And how many, you had what, 3 homicides in total at this time that you were working on at the time of the murder?
I had worked on various. I mean, I got it there in February. We average, somewhere in the neighborhood of 4 a month. And when you're newer to the homicide unit, they typically call you out to all of the homicides. So in some aspect, I helped with almost all the homicides from February to June.
All right. So let me ask you this question. Detective McGill, he was a detective on this case. Is that correct?
One of the many, yes.
One of the many. Detective McGill spoke to the Airbnb owner in this case, right?
Yes.
Brief conversation, correct?
Yes.
And the Airbnb owner sent Detective McGill an email.
Correct.
Right? So technically, Detective McGill is on the Charles Jones case, right?
And yes, in some capacity.
All right. And that counts as him being involved in a homicide case, right?
Yes.
So if you had other homicides that you were working on, just that little bit of interaction means that you were working on these other cases.
In some aspect, yes.
But this case would have been the first case as a homicide detective that you had this much involvement in, correct?
This is my largest case, even to date, yes.
All right. You are aware of Aaliyah Albright, correct?
I am.
And you're aware of, again, her relationship with Quan.
I am.
Aaliyah Albrighton was with Charles Jones the entire night.
For most of that evening, is my understanding. Yes.
She was with him at Truth 18.
Started at the pool party. I believe she went to Teasers as well, and then she was also at Truth 18, and then she was also at the Hostess Suites. Correct.
All right. And you spoke to, she was with an individual named Taifa.
Yes, sir.
And you spoke with Taifa, yes?
Yes.
And you spoke with Aaliyah Albrighton,
Yes,
correct?
sir. Yes, sir.
And when you spoke to Taifa lied to you and told you that Aaliyah Albrighton was not there.
Staying.
This is for the effect on the listener.
No, it's not. It's hearsay. Staying.
How did it affect your investigation when Taifa told you that Aaliyah Albrighton was?
Staying.
Can we come sidebar?
No, it's sustained.
Judge, this goes to the effect it has on the listener. This is the lead detective in this case.
Come on, come on. But then
You know about an individual named J. Dot,
Yes, I do, sir.
and he paid for the Airbnb in this case?
The Cash App records indicate that J. Parisi paid Mr. Isaiah Chance $390 right before Mr. Isaiah Chance paid for the Airbnb.
All right, and J. Dot, he was never arrested.
Uh, this investigation is still open
It's still open.
in reference to any other involvement, specifically to Mr. J.
All right. Okay. The fact that he paid for the Airbnb, that wasn't enough for an arrest warrant. Oh, sorry, go
The
ahead.
fact that he sent $390 on its own was not enough for an arrest warrant for Mr. J. Parisi. Correct.
Was it enough for a search warrant?
I can't. Yeah, that's.
sustain the objection.
You also know that Youngin Ace is the leader of the rival gang in this case, correct?
I don't know that he's a leader. I just know that he's a prominent rapper figurehead for the gang.
And he also rapped about the killing in detail. Is that correct?
The song Game Over had a lot of details of this specific homicide. Yes,
All right. And he was never arrested.
that is correct.
There were no search warrants conducted on his phones
There's no search warrants for Mr. Ace, Young and Ace's phone. No,
or on his iCloud.
I can only speak to the 5 defendants who participated in this murder in Tampa.
Well, so you're telling me you can't say whether you conducted a search warrant on Young and Ace's iCloud?
The- I did not do a search warrant on Young and Ace's iCloud.
Kyla Enright, who sent the text messages back and forth to Sean Gathright, she was never arrested.
Objection, Your Honor, any evidence? Overruled, you can answer.
Kellyanne Wright was not arrested.
Any search warrants on her phones or iClouds?
No,
And you were never able to identify who the fat boy person was that she was FaceTiming.
that is correct.
You did interview Miss Enright, is that correct?
I did.
Was that a recorded interview
It was
and a video recorded?
audio recorded.
Just audio.
Yes.
So not like Alicia Andrews' interview.
No.
All right. Charmaine Steiger, that is Rashad Murphy's girlfriend, correct?
Correct.
And Charmaine Steiger did she share a phone with Rashad Murphy?
Yes.
All right. She shared a phone with Rashad Murphy. And that phone was in Jacksonville during the time of the murder, or was it in Tampa?
That specific phone stayed in Jacksonville during the time of the murder.
And it's your belief that Charmaine Steiger was being deceptive to protect Rashad?
She specifically told us in her statement that Rashad was with her all weekend in Jacksonville when we had evidence to the contrary. So yes, I did not believe her statement, and the deduction was that she was lying to protect him.
So she lied to you about being with Rashad in Jacksonville on the day of the murder,
That Rashad was with her.
with her in Jacksonville.
Correct.
All right. And she was not arrested.
She was not arrested.
No search warrants for Miss Steiger.
Her phone.
Excuse me?
Her phone.
Oh, so okay.
Yeah.
Rashad Murphy, Charmaine Steiger's phone, there was a search warrant.
Correct.
Correct. What about at the house?
There wasn't. No, there was no search warrant at Rashad Murphy's house.
A woman named Jasmine Glennon owned the Chevy Cruze, is that correct?
Correct.
That's the cruise, the suspect cruise that's seen in the videos and used back and forth between Jacksonville and Tampa, correct?
Yes.
All right. Jasmine Glennon lent her car out
Correct.
that weekend. And that car, Jasmine Glennon's car, was used in this murder.
Yes.
And Jasmine Glennon was not arrested, correct?
There was no evidence of her knowledge that what the car was going to be used for.
All right. So she was not arrested because she did not know what the car was going to be used for. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Are you aware that out of the 5 individuals who went to Tampa, that Alicia Andrews' phone has the most activity, network activity?
Yes.
All right. That it has a significant amount more GPS connections and just overall data as to where people were at or where the device was at than the other 4 individuals.
Specifically, her device and Sean Gaithwright's are the 2 most active out of the 4 devices that we tracked. Yes.
All right. But hers has even significantly more data than Sean Gathwright's device.
I cannot begin to speak on specific number of, I mean, these are large raw data files. So there's thousands of connections with the phone speaking to the satellite. From the visualization the way I can see it, hers and Sean Gaithride's are about equally or pretty active. The other two, not so much.
You said they were equally active?
In the vicinity. Again, I can't specify. We're talking about thousands of raw lines of data.
Well, I guess I'm just trying to make it clear. I don't know if you're saying that the phones had equal activity on them, or if you don't know whether one had more than the other,
I know that they both had high usage.
but you don't know which one had more.
No, I would not be able to put a number on that.
In this case, there was no search warrant conducted at Alicia Andrews' home. Is that correct?
No,
And at Alicia Andrews' home, you could have found evidence pertinent to this case. Is that accurate?
Ro, you can answer. Go ahead.
so just because you participated in the murder doesn't mean we can automatically search your house. There was no evidence that were to lead us to believe that we would find a material evidence in her house.
Like a phone?
We got the phone that she had.
No, you had the new phone that she got.
Correct.
You don't have the old phone.
We had reason to believe the old phone was no longer in her possession
What reason did you have to believe that?
because she was in possession of a new phone.
So that means she no longer has the old phone.
Again, I would have to have evidence that that phone is currently in her house, and we had no evidence that that phone was currently in her house.
It's different to say that you don't have evidence that the phone is in her house than to say you have evidence that she got rid of the phone, right?
What, I'm sorry.
Well, let me ask you
Repeat that
this. You don't have any evidence that shows she got rid of the phone, correct?
I don't have any evidence that she got rid of the phones or hid it, or we don't know what happened to the phone.
So there's no indication that she threw the phone away, right?
Correct.
There's no information that she threw it in a river or the ocean, right?
And there's no information she's hiding it in her house.
All right. And you don't have any evidence that would support that there was a single piece of evidence in Alicia Andrews' home for this murder?
So in order to establish probable cause for evidence to search a house, again, just because you participated in murder doesn't mean I can automatically search your house. I have to have probable cause, reason to believe that there's something material important to this case that I have knowledge that it's currently in her house. No, there wasn't any evidence that we would find anything material to this investigation in her house. Neither Davion's, neither Rashad's.
All right. And probable cause is a low standard, right?
Probable cause is a less standard than proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
All right. So it's lower.
Yes.
So there were no Glock switches found on Alicia or in her home, right?
I didn't search Alicia Andrews' home.
Right. There were no bullets, no casings, none of that stuff inside of Alicia Andrews' home.
I can't testify to what's in her home.
Did you ask her parents to search her home?
No.
So you never even asked for consent to search the home?
From her parents, no.
But you did speak to her parents, right?
I did speak to her parents.
And they were nice individuals?
That was my feeling, yes.
All right. The State's Exhibit 55, I'm going to publish that to the jury. All right. This is Alicia Andrews inside of an interrogation room in Jacksonville, correct?
Correct.
And interrogation rooms are usually set up the same.
Similar, sure.
Right? There's no window inside the interrogation room usually, right? The defendants are usually seated with their backs against the wall,
In view of the camera.
with their backs against the wall as well.
It would depend. The primary purpose of where we seat them is so that they're in view of the camera. It could be that their back is against the wall in a different room. It could be something else. In this specific situation, her back is against the wall. Yes,
All right. And there's also a wall to her left.
correct.
And then when you and Detective Campbell come inside, you're pretty much seated on her right, correct?
I'm to her right. Yes,
All right. So she is surrounded, correct? And she's 21 years old at this time.
yes. She's in custody. Yes.
All right. But she's at this point, she's not in custody for a murder, right?
She is in custody for a local charge from Jacksonville's officer. She was under arrest at that point,
But not for this murder.
not for this murder.
Sidebar, please.
Okay. Forget, Mr. Mellon, what you said to me up at the bench or when I was seeing.
For most of this trial, I started the day. Miss Julio, Miss Charles Jones's mother, attorney, I believe, sitting right behind the fence. And throughout his cross-examination, at times, aiming his phone, not saying he's observing anything to it, but aiming his phone in his directions. I think in the same way, the court instructed Mr. Coffin to move away from the state's table to protect the confidentiality of their discussions. The court do the same and ask this attorney to sit over there where his client is and not behind the fence table where he can observe what we're doing during this delicate cross-examination if he so chooses.
Okay, what's the name of this attorney? Do you
I
know,
don't know the woman's name, but he's right there in the blue suit with red tie.
sir? Good morning.
Had he asked me, I would have certainly told him I'm not recording anything, it's just checking my emails as I've been doing throughout the whole trial.
Okay, and what is your name?
No party to the state of Florida.
Right, what is your name for the record?
Louis Fusco.
Okay. So have you been recording defense counsel and what they've been doing?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, well, maybe
Not
this,
choosing that, Your Honor. Just saying,
okay,
for the safety and confidentiality of what we're doing, there's no reason we would flip-flop sides. It's over there sometimes, over here when we get up at the table. I mean, he can sit over there with his client and that I think would be fair to the defense.
Record is 2 rows back in the middle of the courtroom.
right, I agree. So, is it Fusco?
Fusco, yes, ma'am.
If you wouldn't mind, just during this part of the trial, if you just sit on the aisle over there, thank you. It would alleviate any further concerns.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Where I was over there, I think she stepped out of the court. I moved over to get a better view, not to look at anything that's in writing on the defense statement.
Federal view of what?
So the entirety of the trial and the public forum that we're currently in. And many asked me, I would gladly explain that, but
We're in the middle of the trial. Just have-
Miss Herrera, stop. Miss Herrera, stop. I didn't ask you to talk.
I did not.
Yeah, you do. You do. Stop, Miss Herrera, you need to stop right now, because you know what? You've been making faces throughout this entire trial. This entire trial, yeah, you have been. And everything's been caught on video. And
Use all of the gestures and the tone which was addressed yesterday from the state. But it's fine. No problem. I will do my best to.
please do your best. Yeah, and your attitude is very disrespectful. I'll note for the record. Okay, very good. You wouldn't mind moving. Bring him back in.
All right.
Okay, very good. Everyone have a seat and you may proceed.
Alicia Andrews in the interrogation, again, she's 21 years old,
Yes,
right? She's alone
yes, sir.
and she's not having an attorney present.
That's correct, sir.
All right. So during this interrogation or before the interrogation started, you at no point in time told Alicia Andrews that you would keep her safe from anyone involved in this case,
Keep her safe in what way?
from the co-defendants that she has, the people who were charged with killing another individual.
So she didn't express to me that she was in any kind of danger, so no, we didn't have that conversation.
If an individual gives you information about people who've killed people, people in a gang, you think that she might be in any danger?
You know, we weren't discussing deals here.
No, it's not. I'm not talking about a deal.
Okay.
I'm talking about whether she might be in danger for speaking about gang members who might have been involved in the murder.
As a generality,
Generally-
if someone gave information on a gang member, could that be dangerous to their lives? I would agree to that.
All right.
Okay, stop. Is there a question on the table? What's the
I'm
question?
waiting until I'm publishing it to the jury, and I'm waiting until it gets to a part that I can ask a question.
Well, can we get to that part and then you ask the question?
So I
As
played
opposed
this
to,
entire interview yesterday for an hour and 22 minutes without a question. I'm just trying to get to a particular part. I want the jury to see what's happening now, and then I'm going to ask a question about it.
great, can we get to that part?
That's what I'm trying to do.
Okay, well, we're not just gonna play it. Can we fast forward to the part?
In this moment, you were in a relationship with my dear child. Okay, I've always probably already talked to you. You know, probably trying to tell you what to do or what to say, okay? But I want you to understand, right? In this moment, God is in this room and he can't do anything, you know, to help you in this situation. You have to make that decision for yourself, okay? I think that you know, there's a lot of stuff that we have to show you that you would probably want to see. And I'm willing to be as open can be to show you everything that we have, you know what I mean? Because I want you to make an informed decision about your life and where it goes from here, okay? Honestly, you've never been arrested before. Um, the situation here as it stands, okay, is, you know, we want to show you the stuff we want to show you and we want to give you the opportunity, you know, and it's your choice, okay, but before we can go into those details, We are gonna read your rights, okay? Motion to stand up your rights. You're the driver, you know.
All right. To your right is Detective Campbell, right?
Correct.
And he is about to talk to Alicia Andrews and tell her about her rights, correct?
Correct.
All those you want to talk about? I want to talk about what you want.
And he tells her, talk about what you want to talk about, and you don't have to talk about what you don't want to talk about. Is that correct?
That is what he said.
All right. Go to the first highlight. 2016.
You go back and you don't call, you never called that? Just be honest. Just be.
So yeah, next listen.
Who's the?
My boyfriend.
Cut him.
Yeah.
Pause it. All right. When you asked Alicia Andrews who her boyfriend was and if it was Gutta, she says yes, right?
Her initial response there, yes, correct.
So she's not trying to hide or pretend like she doesn't know who Gutta is. She
Thank
answered your
you,
question.
Rock Fresh 1993. That's what's up. Thank you so much for the love.
All right. Since she asked, why are y'all calling him that, right?
Yes.
Do you take that to mean that she's trying to say she doesn't know who he is?
My next question was, you don't know him by Gutta? And she said no.
Great.
Say, does he go back? Just be honest. Who's the?
My boyfriend.
Cut him.
Yeah. Why you call me? Thank.
Say, does he go back if you don't call, you never call?
So you did ask two questions there. You started to ask, do you know him by Gutta? And then you started to say, the question finished as, do you call him Gutta?
You,
Correct?
specifically, you never call him Gutta, and she shook her head no.
Right. And your impression of that is that she's lying to you about knowing Gutta?
No, she just said she did know Gutta a second ago. It's just there seemed to be some evasiveness about the usage of Gutta.
Well, I mean, have you ever seen a text message in her phone where she's talking to Isaiah Chance and she calls him Gutta?
Her phone has the word Gutta in it many times.
Right. But when she's talking to him, does she call him Gutta in any text messages?
I can't recall the specific text messages where she sent to him calling him Gutta.
Do you have any evidence that would show that she has called, when she's speaking to Isaiah Chance, that she's called him Gutta before?
That she has called him Gutta?
Yeah, that she's talking to him and she says, hey, Gutta, can you go make me a sandwich? Did you have anything like that?
No.
Nothing to know about.
When you asked her who all went down to Tampa with you, you said, I don't know them people. Is that correct?
Something along those lines. Yes, that's what I heard.
All right. And did she know those people before she met them when she went down there?
A very minimal. She spent a 3-hour car ride with Mr. Gaithright on the way down to Tampa, and she admitted that she had been to his house before for some kind of gathering. So that was evidence that she knew Mr. Gaithright. So that's one of the people that she said, or the only person she said she was there with.
She didn't say that. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me back up. Is there any evidence that she knew Davion Murphy
No,
or Rashad Murphy?
not that I found.
And knowledge that she had of Sean Gathright is one time she went to his house and got a plate of food and left.
That's from her statement.
Okay. I mean, well, do you have any other evidence that shows that she was
Yeah,
ever
video
around Sean
footage of
Gathright?
her getting in a car with Sean Gathright. You spent, the 24 hours with Mr. Gathright, or approximately from the ride down. So, that's evidence that she's seen him before. She's hung out with him before.
Right. Just because you see people, does that mean you know them?
It depends on how much time. I mean, if I rode in a car with somebody for hours and spent a day with them at an Airbnb, I'd know enough to recognize them.
Well, Alicia Andrews did not spend a day with Sean Gathright right at the Airbnb, correct?
We want to get approximately, there was a 3.5 hour car ride, approximately 15, 16 hours, and then a 3.5 car ride after that. So less than maybe a couple hours short of a day.
Right. When she's in the Airbnb, Sean Gathright is over on Nebraska teasers.
For 30 minutes, but most of the time his device was she was at the Airbnb.
No, 30 minutes he was on Nebraska?
Between 10 and 10:30 is when his phone left the Airbnb and goes up and down Nebraska, but then it goes back to the Airbnb.
All right. At what time does he get back to the Airbnb?
I can't recall at this point. We'd have to open up the Soho mapping, but it was somewhere in between 10:30 and 11.
All right. And then she goes to McDonald's. Sean Gathwright's not with her there.
Correct.
And Sean Gathright is not with her in the Chevy Cruze.
Correct.
All right. And when I guess after everything is done, do you know if Sean Gathright and Alicia Andrews hung out in the Airbnb together?
There's evidence that they were all in the Airbnb after the murder. What Mr. Gathright and Alicia were doing inside the Airbnb, I can't speak to. We have no way of knowing.
All right, so they weren't like sitting next to each other for 24 hours in this Airbnb.
It's a speculation.
You can answer if you know.
I don't know what they were doing in the Airbnb.
All right, no problem. So during the interrogation, you made some threats to Miss Andrews. Is that correct?
I wouldn't call it a threat, no.
Okay, well, there were questions that applied pressure to Miss Andrews. Is that correct?
It's an interview tactic.
Okay, so interrogation tactic.
Yeah.
So you're taught how to interrogate individuals.
I'm taught different methods of interrogation tactics to try to elicit information from the person I'm interrogating, correct?
All right, and the purpose of those interrogation tactics and an interrogation is to get an individual to confess, right?
The ultimate goal in any interview is to get the truth out of the subject you're interviewing.
All right. So the statements to her, like about visiting family through glass, about not having her baby or having the baby in a jail or in prison, those to you are not threats.
No, not at all.
Do you think that the people you are interrogating perceive those things as threats?
I can't speak to what her perception of my statements. I can only speak to the way I intended them, and it was mostly to educate her about the process so she can make an informed decision and as a part of an interview tactic.
All right, let's talk about the decision. I guess that she's making here. The decision is either to tell you about other individuals that she was with that weekend or to not. Is that correct?
The decision that she has to make in this room is whether she's going to be honest with me or not.
All right. And she told you several truths, correct?
I would agree that there was some truths in her statement, yes.
She told you she was in Tampa, right?
Correct.
She told you she went there with her boyfriend.
Correct.
She told you that she went to the McDonald's.
Correct.
She pointed herself out in the McDonald's camera.
Yes.
She pointed herself out in the video camera for teasers.
Yes, sir.
She told you that she went to some clubs, correct?
Correct.
She told you that she had on that same jean jacket that you see in the video there.
Correct.
She told you that she sent a text message to someone inquiring about an Airbnb, right?
Yes, sir.
She admitted to taking an Uber back home.
Correct.
She admitted that she had met Sean Gathright prior to going down to Tampa, right?
Yes.
She admitted to going through the front door of the Airbnb,
Correct.
and she admitted to knocking on that front door, right?
Yes.
She admitted to not opening the back door to let others in through the back, correct?
So that was her statement, yes.
Well, it was the truth. She didn't let anyone through the back.
Again, we have no idea of knowing who opened the back door. That's not, there's no way to know that.
She admitted to not having the Airbnb app on her phone.
I'm sorry, I don't recall whether we spoke about whether Airbnb app was downloaded on her phone or not.
She says it in the interview.
Okay.
But let me move to a different question.
Sure.
When Sergeant Campbell asked her about how to get into her phone, he referenced using facial recognition to get into the phone.
I believe, yes, he was asking about how she unlocked the phone for Mr. Chance. Yes, sir.
And she corrected him and said, it's not facial recognition, it's a password that I put in.
Correct.
All right. So she told you the truth, all of those truths about herself, right?
Yes.
Placing herself at the scene in Tampa and with her boyfriend, correct?
Correct.
And she was dishonest to you about the involvement or role of other individuals. Is that correct?
She was dishonest about a lot of things. I mean, we are going to go down a similar list.
Well, she was dishonest about Davion Murphy, right?
She There's a specific part of, because we talked about these guys in multiple parts.
Well, specifically, you asked if Davion Murphy was at the Airbnb or he stayed at the Airbnb, and she said she didn't know or no, something like that.
I believe her first response to whether he was at the Airbnb was no, and then she indicated, she changed it and said that he laughed a couple times, you know, so
Did you ever offer her any protection from Davion Murphy?
no,
All right. What about from Rashad Murphy?
that's not something that would come up at this stage.
All right. So at the time of this interrogation, the video footage that you saw was Alicia Andrews in and out of the silver Chevy Cruze. Is that correct?
At which specific point, sir?
Well, for any video footage you saw from either teasers or from the USF or Home to Suites, your idea, your opinion was that Alicia Andrews was associated with the silver Cruze.
During the active stalking of the victim and the murder, yes, Alicia Andrews was in the Silver Cruise.
All right. And at the time of this interview, this interrogation, did you have footage from Sean Gathride's home?
No.
All right. So at the time of this interrogation, you believe that Alicia Andrews traveled down from Jacksonville in the Silver Cruze.
I didn't know what vehicle she traveled down from Jacksonville, and I just knew that there were two vehicles that came down.
All right. And when? Go ahead, 2017.
When that silver car that you're in the back with, the car that you and they traveled down from Jacksonville for the weekend.
You asked her if the silver Chevy Cruze was a car that she and Isaiah traveled down in, right?
Correct.
And she says, no, I don't know. Right?
So what her response was, yes.
All right. That response is true, right? She doesn't travel down in the silver Chevy Cruze.
No, she doesn't. She travels down in the Impala.
The black Impala.
I think I asked her that as well.
Okay.
You know, they were travel down. So. What's that? You probably ring, he was kind of reading about the activities and everything from car music.
When you showed Alicia Andrews a photo of Sean Gathright, you showed her a photo of Sean Gathright with little to no hair. Is that correct?
Shorter hair, yes, that's correct.
Shorter hair. And you know that Sean Gathright had long hair at the time of the murder in this case.
At the time of the murder, he had longer hair, yes.
Right. At the time that he and Alicia Andrews would have been around each other, he had long hair. Is that correct?
Yes,
All right. And you showed her a picture of Sean Gathright with short hair.
that's the only photo I had.
Right. And you asked her if she knew who he was,
Correct,
and she said she didn't know.
correct.
But throughout the interview, she does refer to Isaiah Chance's little brother throughout the interview. So she does refer to a third person being in the vehicle with them as they're coming down from Jacksonville. Is that correct?
It's my understanding that little brother was Sean Gathright. She just wouldn't identify him from the photo.
Okay. But she told you there was another individual there.
Specifically in the beginning, it's supposed to be them three, just her, Isaiah, and little brother.
And when they left Jacksonville, it was just them three, correct?
Correct.
22. Sorry, let me put it in the 22.
Thinking, so. All the way back to Jacksonville. So you drove down in a car you don't remember, and then you took over.
You heard her say that she was ready to go because they kept arguing, correct?
Yes,
It was the gentleman that was driving cruise at McDonald's. Yeah.
All right, you're showing her a photograph of Davion Murphy,
correct,
and you ask her if that's the gentleman who was driving the cruise in the McDonald's, right?
correct,
And she says it probably was.
correct.
So that again is a truthful statement.
Yes.
Twenty-four flat. That's fine.
Yeah. But this camera goes off every time somebody passes it, and in order to get in, you have to put in a code, and that code, it gets tracked on the app. I spoke to the owner of the Airbnb. Nobody else went in. How did they get? Can you let them in another door? Is it possible you could open that door? No. I mean, is it like?
All right. At this time during the interrogation, you are sure that she entered the front door and let people in through the back.
No,
You're not sure about that.
no, I'm sure that she's the only one caught on camera coming into the Airbnb. And that's all I can be 100% sure about at that point.
But you're questioning her as if she let people in through the back door, right?
At that time, with the evidence that had at that moment, there was a logical deduction made that she was the only one that came in because the primary bulk of what I analyzed was the Ring video footage, which showed she was the only one that went in through the front door.
But admittedly, the logical deduction that you made at that time, it was incorrect.
As far as her opening the back door, we don't know. We have no way to know if she opened the back door or not.
No, as far as her being the first person to go in?
Again, the logical deduction at this point, I've testified from the logs would lean that somebody came in approximately 36 seconds, in a 36-second window before her, yes.
But that's not the deduction that you had at the time of this interrogation.
Yes, correct, sir.
It's also not the deduction that you had at the time that Alicia Andrews was arrested for this murder.
Correct.
Well, maybe. Well, we can't even have it. And walk away. Question comes in there, according to your code. You may not go out from the McDonald's, but both. Please walk by. This morning, well. Is it sure? Smashing. You don't want to run up our board. You might not run up our board. Follow and say yes. You don't want our board. No, I'm sounding fine with that. How did anybody else get it? Because nobody else on camera. Was it with you? Stay all right. You didn't like that. So you're doing fine. Was he inside with you? Yes, of course. Okay, did you learn one more?
Um, you're mentioning a 36-second buffer. So now that you have the locking log, your understanding is that whoever went in first must have gone in 30 seconds before Alicia Andrews because that camera takes 36 seconds to turn on.
Okay, so the locking log specifically shows 7:55, but it does not give a second marker on when that activation is. So presumably that locking log could indicate 7:55 from 01 all the way to 59. The camera footage starts at 36. So there's a period from 01 to 36 that somebody had to have been in that window. They couldn't have come in at 7:54 because the knock and log would have said 7:54. So whoever came in, if someone came in before her, came in between 7:55:01 and 7:55:36 when we see her on camera and don't see anybody else going in other than her.
Okay. I need States Exhibit 60. That's right. That's my the Detective Campbell says that one thing he knows is 100% truthful. Did you hear that statement?
I heard that statement, yes, sir.
Clear.
Go ahead. We'll take this long. You're not thinking the code to that code over time or time on it. You got to use the thing value, right? So,
However, listen, what color you can say?
anything that's, let's be honest.
So when she's telling you all repeatedly that she did not have a code and you keep confronting her about this code, she is telling you the truth.
I would believe her, yes, that after the locking log, I don't believe that she's the one that put the code in, after my review of the locking log, yes, sir.
All right, even though she's like kind of smiling and kind of slouched and nonchalant, she's still telling you the truth, correct?
In that moment about that specific topic, yes, sir.
All right. And this is for the record, states exhibit 60 that I'm publishing. Put this back. It's 69. So publishing 63A through I. This individual in 63. Sorry, 63 I. Who is that?
That's Davion Murphy, sir.
And that's him entering the Airbnb.
Yes, sir.
This is when they're leaving.
This is in the afternoon after the murder when they're in and out before they leave, yes.
Yeah, 61. And that's the same individual who was in the driver's seat at the McDonald's, correct?
Yes, sir.
While this is loading, I know that you said yesterday that you are aware or know for sure that all 5 individuals were at the Airbnb. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Is Rashad Murphy ever seen on the camera here?
No,
All right. And he does not have a phone.
correct.
So how are you able to place Rashad Murphy at the Airbnb?
The Uber driver who picked him up from the Airbnb.
He said Rashad Murphy was staying inside the night.
He said he picked up 3 people from the Airbnb and they were identified on Sean Gaithwaite's camera and he was identified as Rashad Murphy.
Okay. I'll come back to that just a second. All right. During the interrogation, you also discussed with Alicia the possibility that one of her co-defendants might take an opportunity to cooperate against her. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's always a possibility. Yes, sir.
All right. And in this case, there are no cooperating witnesses against Alicia Andrews.
Up to this point, no.
All right. So out of the 4 other individuals arrested, none of them have come forward to say that Alicia Andrews knew that Charles Jones was going to be murdered on June 23rd.
I have no personal knowledge of any proffer or deals that the 4 defendants are trying to make with the state.
All of the co-defendants possessed firearms at some point in time during this conspiracy. Is that correct?
The 3 gunmen and the one that Isaiah Chance has, and yes, correct. Four, the other 4 at some point are holding a firearm.
And Alicia Andrews is never with a firearm.
That is correct.
At no point in time during the interrogation does Alicia Andrews confess to knowing that Charles Jones was going to be killed. Is that correct?
She does not confess that.
All right. So there is no confession in this case.
No.
All right. There are also no written communications between Alicia Andrews and anyone else that would prove by themselves that Alicia Andrews is guilty of first-degree murder.
Is there a written communication? No.
And yesterday there was conversation about the bullets that were sent to the bullet casings that were sent to ATF. There was 30 casings that were sent to ATF, correct?
30, correct. Yes, sir.
And of those 30, you said you got back the report from ATF?
Correct.
What was tested or analyzed by the ATF? Was it fingerprints? Was it DNA?
So the ATF, we predominantly bring on in these kind of cases for the specific goal of trying to get DNA off of the casings. They have a technology or a better way of trying to extract DNA off of casings, which is typically difficult because the casing goes through a combustion process that usually burns DNA off.
You said that the casings go through a process where the DNA is burned off.
That's what typically happens. It is harder to get DNA off of an expended shell casing that's gone through the combustion process in a firearm. Yes.
All right, but you did test the casing for the DNA.
Yeah, that's sir. That's why they went to the ATF. Yes, sir, for DNA testing.
And you handle, regardless of whether the casings have this combustion issue, you handle those casings with gloves in order to preserve the DNA, right?
The ATF is very meticulous, in particular about the way they want the casings collected in order to qualify for submission. So those casings were specifically collected per ATF guidelines and standards. Yes.
All right, but somebody picked up the casings off the ground with gloves, right?
I am not familiar with the specific process. That would be better suited for the crime scene technician who has been informed by the ATF.
And those casings were placed in a black container.
Yeah, I am familiar with the ATF requires specific casings for specific containers for the casings to go in. And they provide us those containers. The crime scene technicians who would be responsible for processing the scene and collecting those casings would utilize those containers per ATF guidelines.
All right. And they put the casings in those containers, again, to preserve any DNA evidence.
To attempt to preserve any DNA evidence, yes, sir.
All right. And when you got back the results from ATF, you mentioned, kind of glossed over like what the results were. Could you describe what the results were from the casings?
Oh yeah, sure. There wasn't enough of a sample recovered, so it's not a surefire thing that they would find some. Their report indicated that there wasn't enough DNA to be able to examine.
I guess, does that mean that there was some DNA on the casings?
I can only say what the report says, that there wasn't enough.
But you never talked to ATF to ask them for more information?
I received the report. I did not speak to an ATF lab person after that.
Did ATF do any fingerprint analysis on the casings?
Not that I'm aware of.
All right. Did you request that?
No, not from the ATF.
What about the one casing that Tampa Police Department collected and kept? Was there any fingerprint analysis done on that one casing?
That one would have, there would have been an attempt, I'm sure.
Okay. Do you know what happened?
There was no fingerprints recovered from that casing.
All right. And what about DNA? That was the casing analyzed for DNA with TPD, the one casing.
No,
Why not?
because we sent the other 30 off to be analyzed for DNA. That one was spared for the specific purpose of entering it into NIBIN to get the ballistic information off of it.
So if you enter the casing into NIBIN, you can't test it for DNA?
There might have been a swab done, but not the one that I determined that there would be any value in sending off because I sent off the other 30.
All right. So I guess you figure because the other 30 were sent to ATF, there's no need or purpose in testing the one casing that you did have for any DNA.
That specific casing was set aside to try to extract the NIBIN information of it. It was rushed to NIBIN to get the NIBIN information.
I guess what I'm asking
Yes, sir.
is whether you decided not to analyze the one casing that you had for DNA because you sent the other 30 off to ATF.
Asked, answered. Oh, well, go ahead.
I'm sorry. The one casing was not sent for DNA analysis.
This exhibit, 75C2. The exhibit where Alicia, 17 years old, says that Foolio needs to die. Did you locate this text message?
No.
You know who located the text message in your team?
I believe it was. I can't recall exactly. I reviewed it. It was brought to my attention.
All right. And this text message was not sent to Isaiah Chance, correct?
Correct. It was to a girl named Jewel, I think.
All right. As a matter of fact, Alicia Andrews did not know Isaiah Chance, was not dating Isaiah Chance when this text message was sent off, correct?
Her statement to me was that they were on and off for 4 years prior to June 2024. So that would put it maybe June 2020. And these are from 2021. So I don't know if this was an off period or if she had met him yet.
Okay. Did she have any text messages in her phone like this one that Foolio needed to die? Did she have anything like that more recently?
Again, from the iCloud, the more recent messages weren't backed up, so we didn't have any more recent. This is, I think it went up to 2022 or 2023. This is the only message where we found that she wished that Julio would die.
All right. In the messages that are in evidence, you do have messages from the week prior to this murder, correct? Alicia.
So specifically, the messaging that we have from Alicia's phone came, as far as to pick up the phone and all that, that actually came from defendant Sean Gaithwright's iCloud. So he had backed up his messages to be recent, but Alicia's device or iCloud had not backed up its messages to be recent.
All right. So you're saying that there are no text messages between Alicia Andrews and Isaiah Chance in the weeks leading up to the murder?
Not that I have reviewed or I'm aware of.
a brief moment to confer.
Yes.
All right. Alicia Andrews was not with the group when they first went to teachers, correct?
Alicia Andrews' device remained at the Airbnb when the other devices drove up and down Nebraska near teasers.
All right. And then she wasn't a part of the second plan with Kyla Enright, correct?
I have no evidence of that.
And you don't have any evidence that Isaiah Chance told her, we're going to go out so that we can look for Foolio to kill him, correct?
The totality of the evidence indicates that the purpose of the entire trip was to kill Julio.
Right. You don't have any evidence that Isaiah Chance communicated that to Alicia Andrews.
A specific written message? No.
No further questions.
Correct.
It's truth citizens.
Thank you. You just make sure the clerk gets all the evidence. All right.
Do you want to say the
Detective Ramos, you were asked about whether or not Alicia Andrews knew Rashad Murphy. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
She certainly was in a Uber with Rashad Murphy for 3.5 hours. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And during that time period where you were interviewing her and you were asking for names, did she ever mention another person that was in a Uber with her and Isaiah Chance?
In the Uber with Isaiah, no, she did not.
Did she ever mention in your interview with her a name of Rashad?
No.
Rashad Murphy, just a first name Rashad?
There was a question about, yes, she did say I didn't talk to Rashad's girlfriend, and then my response to that was, how do you know who Rashad's girlfriend is if you don't know Rashad?
But that was after you had brought it up, correct?
Correct, yes.
And when we talk about those truthful things that you said that the defense attorney went over with you, when she is admitting to being at that location, is she admitting that after you show her a video of herself at the location?
Yes,
So for instance, she's not admitting she's at this Airbnb until you pull up her photograph on a Ring camera. Is that correct?
that is correct.
And when you first asked her about whether or not she sent a message to book an Airbnb in Tampa, what was her first response?
No,
She said no, right?
she said no.
Was she being truthful to you in that moment?
She was not.
And when is it that she admits that, yes, I did that?
We were telling her that we had the messages.
Okay. And so when you were questioning her in that interview, did she ever indicate to you that she was fearful of her boyfriend?
Never.
Was she ever scared or upset or emotional when you were interviewing her in that interview?
No, ma'am.
At some point, did she just say she's annoyed?
She appeared annoyed, yes.
Did you make it clear to her that you're questioning her on a first-degree murder charge?
Very clear.
Did you make it clear to her in that interview that there was evidence to convict her of a first-degree murder charge?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Did she seem afraid?
She did not.
Did she cry?
No.
You're also asked about Davian Murphy, whether or not she knows Davian Murphy, correct?
Correct.
She certainly was in a car with him when she went to McDonald's, correct?
Correct.
She stayed at an Airbnb with him?
Correct.
She stayed at an Airbnb with Rashad Murphy?
Correct.
She was asked numerous questions about Sean Gathright, right?
Correct.
When you first are questioning her about who's at the Airbnb, does she first say it's just her and her boyfriend?
Correct.
When does she start talking about little brother?
And further into the questioning, we're bringing up information that we had that we knew somebody else was there.
In fact, during that interview with the defendant, does she ever mention the word Sean?
No.
First name, the whole name, Sean Gathright, ever come up?
No.
This is the same person that she is in a car ride from Jacksonville to Tampa in his car, correct?
Correct.
The video that they just showed you of SeanGathright's house, when she goes from the BMW into the black Chevy Impala, is there anywhere in that video where somebody is showing her where she needs to go?
No.
So at some point, there has to be some communication that that is the car that she is using, correct?
She begins to open the door as soon as the car starts coming into line of sight.
You said that there was indication that Alicia Andrews, the defendant in this case, was aware of gang activity. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that is not until you got a look into her Apple iCloud account. Is that correct?
Correct.
Were you questioning her specifically about a gang rivalry, a gang war that occurred in Jacksonville?
Yes,
Did that come up in the interview?
it did.
And when you talked about Charles Jones and used his nickname Julio Foolio, did she indicate to you whether or not she had a lot of knowledge about him?
She led me to believe that she didn't really know of him.
And then going back to Gutta, is that the name, the stage name of Isaiah Chance?
It is.
And when you're talking to her about Gutta, at some point, does she appear to have some kind of confusion and question you? Why are you calling him that?
Correct.
And again, that is a name that associates her boyfriend with this gang war. Is this correct?
Correct.
And when we're talking about the most phone activity, that is certainly her phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
And of course, she is not a high profile member of either gang. Is that correct?
Overall, go ahead.
Is she a high profile member?
Not that I know,
Is Sean Gathright a high profile member?
not that I know of.
As far as Rashad Murphy and Isaiah Chance, and Davian Murphy, are they purposely limiting their phone use during the time when the actual stalking and hunting of Charles Jones is occurring?
That is what the evidence suggests, yes.
You were asked questions about Kayla Enright, Sean Gathright's girlfriend. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Shown these text messages.
Yes, ma'am.
So Sean Gathright was using his girlfriend to assist him in tracking Foolio, Charles Jones, the night of the murder. Is that correct?
That's yes.
And while there might have been some confusion as to why he wanted to do that, when he said he was looking for Six, did she ask any sort of questions about who Six was?
No.
So she knew exactly who Six was, right?
Yes.
So she knew that he was looking for Julio, Charles Jones in Tampa. There isn't one response. Who's Six? It's known who Six is, correct?
It is known who Six is, correct.
You were shown the video footage of all those heavy bags that Isaiah Chance and her boyfriend Isaiah Chance and Sean Gathright are loading up before she gets there. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Judge Alroth.
The jury can determine whether or not the bag's heavy or light.
How many bags were seen being loaded into that car?
Numerous.
Bags big enough to contain AR rifles?
There was bags of all sorts of dimensions. Sure, there was some in view that were apparent that they could contain rifles, yes.
And you were shown a video of the Airbnb, is that correct?
Correct.
Is there any video of bags being brought through the front door of that Airbnb?
Brought in, no.
There is some video the next day, is that correct?
Yes.
Is the defendant seen helping load the bags up?
Yes.
Bags that she did not herself bring, is that correct?
Correct.
You were asked whether or not Alicia Andrews was hiding from the cameras from that front door Airbnb.
Correct.
Was Isaiah Chance hiding from that camera?
There's none of the other defendants are visible up to the point they leave.
That airlock that you're asked about, sorry, this one. So when Alicia Andrews first gets there, the door is unlocked by access code and then it is immediate locked, correct?
Correct.
There's video footage of that. She's knocking on the door. So whoever went in, the door shuts, she can't get in, right?
Locks her out almost immediately, yes.
7:56. Again, you can see there is a video for that where the door appears to be open and somebody lets her in.
Correct.
Door unlocked. 7:59, unlocked and locked. No video footage, is that correct?
That's the only one out of all the sequences that there was no corresponding.
And so if somebody had just gotten in and wanted to test the lock just to make sure it was locked and didn't open the door, certainly there wouldn't be video footage in that instance. Is that correct?
Well, go ahead.
Is that correct, sir?
It is correct, yes.
Okay, but there is no video footage or no lock log when Alicia Andrews leaves that Airbnb with Davian Murphy and her boyfriend Isaiah Chance to go to the McDonald's, right?
There is no locking sequence when they went to McDonald's, correct?
Explain to this jury how it is she would have to leave that Airbnb and get back into that Airbnb.
Overruled.
So obviously we have two systems here. We have the Ring camera and the locking mechanism. Surely one of those would show a record of an entry or exit. There is no activation on the cameras or on the locking sequence. So the only possible way to get out of the Airbnb when you're going to McDonald's or when you're going to go to Teasers to start the stalking Foolio, you have to go through the back door. There's no other option.
It's dark out.
It's dark.
Okay, no sidewalk to that back gate, is that correct?
That back part, no.
Got to go through that grassy lane in the back of the Airbnb.
And crouch underneath some branches, yes.
Same route she would have had to take when they went into the silver Chevy Cruze to start following Charles Jones?
Correct.
Same route she would have had to take after Charles Jones was murdered and killed?
Correct.
You were asked about Aaliyah Albritton and Robert Howard, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you do some initial investigation into both of those subjects?
Yes, I did.
What did you do?
I called up the detailed records for them and looked for any evidence that there was any communication with any of the defendants. They were investigated and they were cleared.
And when we're talking any of the defendants, we're talking about the 3 known shooters in this case, Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, and Davian Murphy. Is that correct?
Correct.
Any communication with the 2 people that were tracking them in the first vehicle, Alicia Andrews and Isaiah Chance?
No.
No communication between any of those parties and Aaliyah Albritton. Is that correct?
Correct.
No communication with any of those parties and Robert Howard. Is that correct?
Correct.
You were asked about probable cause or why Jasmine Glennon was not arrested. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did Jasmine Glennon travel to Tampa with one of the gunmen and the other person who was actively stalking the victim in this case?
No, she did not.
Did she stay in an Airbnb with all 4 of the other co-defendants in this case?
No, she did not.
Did she actually get out of the vehicle at every single location where Charles Jones went to in Tampa that was advertised?
No, she did not.
Did she get out of her car and look at the front door and never go into the club?
No, she did not.
Did she actually provide the phone that her boyfriend could use to communicate with the people in the assault vehicle?
No, she did not.
Did she actually give a passcode when the phone locked up in that parking lot at Teasers?
No.
Was she in listening distance of when that person was communicating with the assault team in the black Chevy Impala?
No.
Let's ask those same questions about Charmaine Steiger. Did Charmaine Steiger come to Tampa when Charles Jones was killed in this particular case?
No, she did not.
Did Charmaine Steiger ride in a vehicle 3 hours before with Isaiah Chance and Sean Gathright, one of the gunmen in this case?
No, she did not.
Did she stay at the Airbnb with all 4 of the other people charged with first-degree murder?
No, she did not.
Did she go into a vehicle and track the victim to all 3 locations that he was publicly known to be?
No.
Did she provide a phone so that the main person who was tracking the victim could communicate with the assault team in the other vehicle?
No, she did not.
And so going back to this most phone usage, Alicia Andrews is not a high profile member of this gang. Is that correct?
From the information that I have, she is not well known in the gangs, correct?
So there would be no reason for her to not let somebody use her phone in this instance. Is that correct?
Overall, go ahead.
Correct.
Her boyfriend, Isaiah Chance, was immediately a suspect. Is that correct?
Yes.
One of the first persons you looked for. Is that correct?
Correct.
Was there evidence, the same amount of evidence on his phone that there was on Alicia Andrews' phone?
No.
When you are getting a search warrant and developing probable cause to look for firearms, for murder weapons, for projectiles, you talked about probable cause. Is that correct?
Correct.
Part of the basis of probable cause means that the items that you are looking for, that you have a reasonable belief that they will be at the location. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you know where those heavy bags were unloaded?
Yes.
Did you get a search warrant to search the Chevy Impala?
Yes.
Did you have the Toyota 4Runner stopped in Jacksonville?
Yes.
And after obtaining those results, were search warrants eventually executed on Sean Gathrights' house and Isaiah Chance?
Correct.
Did you ever do a search warrant for Damian Murphy?
No,
Did you ever do a search warrant for the house of Rashad Murphy?
no,
Had there been guns that we were believed to be used in this case already confiscated at the co-defendant Sean Gathrights house?
yes,
The appearance of the rifles that were the automatic platform rifles that were found in Sean Gathrights' safe, do they match the description of what was seen in those videos?
yes,
Has the automatic, semi-automatic Glock with the switch, has that ever been located?
no.
Any reason to believe that Alicia Andrews handled any of the firearms in this case?
I have no evidence of that.
What was her role in this investigation?
She was a part of the surveillance team that stalked the victim leading up to his murder. And she provided the communications, obviously, the primary phone that was used from the surveillance to communicate from the surveillance vehicle to the gunman's vehicle, in addition to other things.
You were asked about immediate messages between the defendant and her boyfriend, Isaiah Chance. Is that correct?
Correct.
You are aware that Isaiah Chance had a other number other than the one that he was using during this time period, the 7407, the one ending in that number. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you it's already been introduced into evidence, States Exhibit 75C10. Sir, do you recognize this number at the top, 904-575-7534?
Yes, that's another number for the co-defendant Isaiah Chance.
One that he had in the past, is that correct?
Correct.
And you see that these are a conversation from Alicia Andrews' iCloud account that happened in April of 2023. Is that correct?
Correct.
Almost a year before this incident.
Correct.
And so can you go through these and say, this is a conversation with her and her boyfriend, Isaiah Chance, is that correct?
Correct.
And she is asking what?
In this
Well,
specific,
he's asking what?
you want to go one day?
And then she says,
Yeah,
where- go ahead.
yeah, it's in the town center.
Okay, and there's some kind of TikTok that's associated with it.
Correct.
And then her response is,
LMAO, bro.
and then what is Isaiah Chance's response to her?
Ugh, I hate it there.
Okay, and then what is her response?
Why?
His next response,
I don't like the town center.
and then what is her response?
You hate everywhere we don't gotta sit in.
And then what does Isaiah Chance message her back?
23 got killed in the town center. That's why I don't like it out there.
And then what else does he say?
I don't like thinking BT it FR, so when I do switch moves like a MF.
And what is her response to that?
Well, we don't have to go there if it's gonna bother you. I forgot BT it about it. It's some other places we both ain't tried yet.
So does that indicate to you that she knows exactly what he's talking about when 23 got killed at the town center? She just forgot the location. Is that correct?
Correct.
And again, is 23, he's one of the people that was shot at the town center along with Young and Ace's brother, and when Young and Ace himself was shot. Well, very well known, is that correct?
Yes.
And that is a very high profile event that happens in this gang war.
Very, yes.
So there is a discussion between her and one of the main co-defendants in this case within a year of the homicide of Charles Jones. Is that correct?
Correct.
You were asked about the Instagram that Charles Jones was putting out there about the Airbnb, right?
Correct.
Overall, let's have a stand up, Judge. Okay, same ruling.
When Charles Jones was putting out videos of him at the Airbnb, did he ever post the address of the Airbnb?
No.
You were asked about Young and Ace's video, is that correct?
Correct.
Was this a highly publicized murder that occurred in Tampa?
Yes.
Was there details that were put into the media when Julio Foolio was killed here on June 23rd of 2024?
Almost immediately.
And while you said when you looked at Alicia Andrews' messages, her text messages, the ones that are not backed up covered the time period of the murder, is that correct?
Correct.
Not being backed up is one of the reasons why that may not be on there, is that correct?
Correct.
What's the other reason why specifically the messages surrounding the time period of the homicide may not be backed up to her iCloud account?
They can be permanently deleted.
And it's that specific time period, right?
Correct.
There are thousands of other messages that are backed up on her phone, right?
Yes.
But out of fairness, the reason why that time period may not be on there is a potential backup issue, correct?
Potentially, yes.
But there's another possible reason, correct?
Correct.
And that is they were deleted.
That is a possibility, yes.
You are aware of the messaging that occurred afterwards where she's very happy that you have her new phone, right?
Yes.
She's LMA, laughing out loud, right?
Correct.
That you have her old phone. I'm sorry, her new phone, not her old phone.
The messages indicated that she was laughing that the phone that we seized was not the phone used during the murder, that it was her new phone.
So while you specifically do not have the text messages surrounding the time period of the murder, you do have, and I'm going to show you 75C1, you do have a text now message that is on a text now app that occurred afterwards, right?
Correct.
And this is between her and Isaiah Chance, and I'm showing you 75C1. And this is me, this is her, correct?
This specific message is dated 6/17/24.
Right, to Isaiah Chance.
Correct. Yes, this is from her to Isaiah Chance.
And what is she saying to him?
Bitch, you a sicko. Why you blocking me over a call I didn't even initiate, trying to act like you mad and I make people comfortable. I didn't do shit to make nobody feel comfortable. It was out of the fucking blue. Why the fuck are you acting like it's my problem? You just wanted to have a reason to talk to them ugly bitches. You talk everybody, to everybody you come across and touch, you fuck them up. You not even mentally there and stable in the head for no relationship. Even when I didn't do shit to your ass or start a conversation, you still fucking mad the fuck.
Okay, and then what is her next message to him on June 17th of 2024?
And you acting like I'm not pregnant, you gonna talk to me one day, so I don't give a fuck about your little attitude. Bye, bitch.
Does she appear to be afraid of Isaiah Chance on June 17th of 2024?
Yeah. And not by the context of this message, no.
Can we have one moment?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have nothing else.
Okay, thank you, made it so to speak. You subject to recall.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Detective, you're excused, subject to being recalled. Okay, so we're gonna take a little quicker lunch for you guys today, so we'll be back at 1:30. All right? And just remember my previous admonitions, don't talk to anybody about the case, don't read, watch, listen to any news accounts, and don't do any independent investigation. All right, see you guys back here at 1:30.
All right.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All good, all good.
Okay, very good. All right. Mr. Bricklemon, have you had a chance to review the state's motion to exclude opinions and testimony and work product of defense witness? Okay, so if you would mind taking a look at it, over the lunch break, and I have asked the court reporter to pull the transcript from our discussion yesterday about this. And, if you guys could be back here, we're gonna take a much quicker lunch break, so you guys will be back here at 1:20. Okay? All right, thank you.
Of course.
Yes.
Very good. Okay, back on the record. So, Mr. McClymonds, have you had a chance to review the state's motion? Okay, and so, go ahead, Mr. Harmon.
Your Honor, yesterday we had a brief discussion on the record about this witness, Thomas Poulin. And the city indicated to the court that we had made multiple requests through email. Mr. Organ in particular had made requests to Mr. McClymont for information related to this expert. We were attempting to set a second deposition, a continuation of the first deposition. Because in the first deposition, he had indicated he was going to do additional mapping involving Mr. Chance, Mr. Bathright, and one of the Murphys. So we were waiting for that information.
Okay, so he did, just so I'm clear, he did mapping, what map were you aware of, for which?
The defendant's mapping of her CDRs, call detail records.
Okay.
From the cell carrier for her phone.
Okay, and no others?
And no others.
Okay, so at the time he took his deposition, the only exhibit you had was the map for the defendant's records, correct?
Correct.
And then at some point you became aware that this expert witness, Mr. Poulin?
Yes, and Your Honor, just to correct that, I'm not sure we had that at the time of the deposition, but it was provided to us within a day or two.
Okay, so there was enough, you had enough knowledge, you could question the witness about that. And when did that deposition occur, you
It
know?
was August 11th of this year.
Okay, so that definitely occurs, and at some point, you're made aware somehow that there might be additional, that this expert witness might going to be testifying about other phone lines, other data, other co-defendants, correct?
Yes, in that deposition, he indicated that he had been asked just in the days before the deposition, which was, I believe, the week before we were set for trial, the last time, that had been asked to map the co-defendants' phone.
All of them.
All but Rashad Murphy's, I believe, but he ended up mapping all of them apparently.
Okay, so you knew that,
And we kept asking him as this trial was approaching, asking the defense to provide those to us. I attached this email communications between Ms. Doherty and Mr. McClymonds. We were making, and also, I'm sorry, Mr. McClymonds' assistant, Francois Watson, I believe.
right?
And so we kept asking, I know Ms. Doherty had indicated in one of the depositions, the urgency that we were approaching trial dates, that we could not reset its deposition, because I believe at one point we were told to go ahead and set its deposition again. But the whole point was to redepose him about the new material.
Okay,
So
and then after that deposition on August 11th, did you ever redepose him before yesterday?
no, we did not, Your Honor, because we were never provided anything, even though we made requests up into the eve of this trial.
Okay, so when did you get his map for the defendant?
We received that, I believe, within a day or two of the deposition on August 11th.
Okay, and so you did depose the expert about that map? Yes.
Yes, and I had asked him about what he was working on or what he had prepared on August 11th, and I was satisfied that we had discovery of that. The defendant's mapping.
Okay, and so then you became aware of what?
Well, yesterday, counsel had indicated, or no, show maps.
Well, specifically, what he said, and I just had the court reporter pull the transcript. So this it says that he says begins at just page 21, line 20. It's not one response, but several emails back and forth. And Miss Doherty and I were on a Zoom together discussing this issue on the phone, one of the two. Or on the phone, one of the two, that's a misrepresentation. In addition to that, there are maps that he said he would create for the other individuals, like timing maps. It shows the trajectory of where they were at certain particular points in time during the course of this conspiracy. He did not create the maps, and so we're not using the maps. So whatever he's testifying to comes from the evidence, comes from the cell phone extraction, right? That's what he said. And let me look here. And then I said, and then I said, I know, but if it's an expert opinion specifically, is he going to testify to anything regarding the cell phones of the co-defendants? And Mr. McClymonds said yes, but he doesn't have to provide a map for that. And then I said, I'm not saying that. They're saying that they asked you about that and that you didn't respond. Mr. McClymonds said, well, I just said that's not true. He didn't say I did not respond. He said I responded one time. That's not true. I responded a few times back and forth. That conversation was just about whether I was going to produce these interactive maps, and I told him I don't have them. And then I asked Mr. Harmon, did you depose him? Mr. Harmon said, I did, Your Honor. And I asked him if he had developed any further opinions or other work to let us know. We could take a deposition of him, and I reserve the right to continue the deposition. So, and then I said, and were you ever notified after the deposition that their expert was now going to offer opinions as to the cell phone data of the co-defendants? And Mr. Harmon said no. And I said, until today. He said, and Mr. Harmon said no. And I said, the middle of the trial. And Mr. Harmon said yes. And then Mr. McClymonds said there's a difference between him offering an opinion about. And then basically I said, listen, we've got to get going. We'll cross that bridge at a later date. State you need to file whatever appropriate motion you deem necessary regarding that. Okay. So, are you intending to produce any maps that were not already produced to the state? Okay. So there's no additional exhibits other than the one you've seen.
Because I proposed this witness last week. And 5:05, I accommodated this time 5 to 5:40. What's the available time I had? It indicated that he has prepared, and I put this in my motion, 4 additional reports. Reports dealing with the iCloud. And I put in this motion, quotes of this witness when I asked him in the deposition back in August if he intended on creating anything from the iCloud or any other evidence other than maps, and he indicated no. So we didn't know anything about any reports being prepared. So he told us last night he has prepared 5 reports. 2 of them were prepared in late August, August 29th and August 30th. Provided to the defense. And then the last one was prepared the day before yesterday. They had finished preparing that, or the last 2, I believe. So I delineated in my motion what those are, but they are basically PDF format reports dealing with the defendant's iCloud account, Mr. Gathwright's iCloud account, messages between the two, that have been collated into these PDF format reports that are multiple page reports. One was 18 pages. The one that was completed on August 29th is a 32-page PDF, including 32 messages from June 23rd of 2024 between Gathright and the defendant. The one on August 30th is an 18-page that was concluded by the expert on August 30th. It's an 18-page PDF report containing photographs, contact information, text messages, sent via some type of communication application on different dates, and was compiled from the defendant's iCloud account information. The one that was the report that he completed on October 28th is a 3-page PDF containing screenshots from CDR records and FaceTime calls between Mr. Gathright and the defendant, compiled from the iCloud account information. And then the last report that he completed was a conversion of the Celebrite iCloud information to PDF Adobe format. We have not been provided these or alerted to their existence. And that is the subject of my motion.
So there was a report that was dated August 29th. Is that correct, Mr. McClymonds?
So the word report sort of confusing. As I explained yesterday, these are not reports that he creates for the opinion. This is not something that he writes about the other. There are extractions from the different devices, so like an Axiom or Celebrite. There's for Alicia's iCloud, Alicia Andrews' iCloud. the 370,000 artifacts in there. You want to just look at or isolate text messages from a certain time period. You can go in there, you can click certain items that you want. You can press generate report and it'll show you those items on a PDF. They're not reports in the sense that I believe the state has the understanding of. They're not those type of reports.
All right, well, let's take a look at the rules of discovery, okay? Rule 3.220, rules of criminal procedure, which lays out the defendant's obligations at subparagraph D, subsection 1. If a defendant elects to participate in discovery, the following disclosures must be made. Then subsection B of 1. Within 15 days after receipt of the prosecutor's discovery exhibit, the defendant must serve a written discovery exhibit which must disclose to and permit the prosecutor to inspect, copy, test, and photograph the following information and materials that is in the defendant's possession or control. Subsection 1, the statement of any person listed in subdivision D1A other than that of the defendant, and 2, reports or statements of experts that the defendant intends to use as a witness at a trial or hearing made in connection with the particular case, including results of physical or mental examinations and of scientific tests, experiments, or comparisons. So you're telling me that what he prepared doesn't qualify under 3.220 D1B2. Is that what you're telling me?
If that's the section that refers to support that defense intends to use at trial, then that's correct. For 2 reasons. 1, because it's not a report, and 2, because I don't intend to use the documents that he's referring to in trial. So it does not fall under our reciprocal discovery obligation.
It doesn't say you have to intend to use it at trial. It says reports or statements of experts that the defendant intends to use as a witness at a trial. It doesn't say you have to use the report at trial. It just means a report generated by the expert you intend to use at trial. So were these not reports generated by an expert you intend to use at trial? Well, I think they are.
How would you know that if you don't know what I'm going to ask them on the stand?
Because they're reports that were generated by your expert. This actually isn't tricky. I don't see this as being difficult. So they're also under subsection J, continuing duty to disclose. If subsequent to compliance with the rules, the party discovers additional witnesses or material that the party would have been under a duty to disclose or produce at the time of the previous compliance, the party must promptly disclose or produce the witnesses or material in the same manner as required under these rules for initial discovery. This duty includes any additional recorded or unrecorded statements of any person disclosed under subdivisions B1A or D1A of this rule that material a written or recorded statement previously provided under these rules. So what are you asking for, Mr. Harmon?
And Judge, the term report is the witness's term in the deposition. That's not the case. He indicated he prepared reports and then he described them as reports. So it sounds like counsel's saying they're not going to utilize these through his testimony. That's fine. We're going to move to exclude them, have the court exclude use of the reports and information contained. But I would ask that the expert be not allowed to testify to anything from those reports if they're not going to be provided to me to utilize in cross-examinations. And now at this point, like indicated in the report, if they're going to have them testify to something that's contained in the report, we haven't had a chance to properly prepare for cross-examination.
Documents, documents of a report, they're PDFs from the state's discovery. They are PDFs. They're all they are is an extraction of the very evidence that was turned over to us by the state.
So then why do you object to him reviewing it?
I never objected to him reviewing the exhibits.
Okay, then great. Great.
Yes.
Then just produce it. Then just produce it.
I don't have a problem. They never said, hey, can you give me the report? Just file the motion.
Okay.
I was supposed to let me know this.
Okay, so do you have whatever the witness, and is his name Pullum?
Pulley, P-U-L-L-E-A.
Okay. whatever Mr. Pullen referred to in his deposition as far as reports that he used on the dates in question, any and all reports, but just to make sure we're all on the same page, August 29th, August 30th, October 28th, and was there another date, Mr. Harmon, you're aware of?
Yes, August 29th, 30th, and October 28th.
Okay, so any and all reports referenced in the expert's deposition need to be disclosed to the state before he testifies. Do you have those available here?
He's outside, and honestly, the whole reports, especially, these are, again, reports that he created, I don't even know who gave him to, they're just to assist with displaying information that is in the action and in the cell.
Okay, let's bring him in here. I'm just gonna tell him to email them to you.
Okay.
Okay, that way you have them, and so he can't testify until the state's had a chance to review that evidence. So, and then state, when the jury comes in, are you going to rest?
We are a judge.
Okay.
Yes.
So, let's go ahead and do GOA motions before the jury comes in. So,
Judge, is there a lineup of witnesses this afternoon from the defense?
So we got Robert Howard first. Likely. Tom Pullen second. Not for the exact number, it's gonna be Simone Lau, Shakayla Robinson, Joel Jordan, Anthony Lau.
okay, well, the expert's gonna have to get pushed to the end, because state's gotta have time to look at whatever the reports are, whatever he generated, okay?
That's fine, Judge. When they see the report, the PDF, they're probably gonna realize that it's not gonna be.
Okay, that may be true.
Judge, the order of witnesses brings up another issue. We filed motions on Monday dealing with the issue of coercion and domestic violence.
Right, that's not coming in unless the defendant testifies. The only thing that's relevant, as far as her relationship with Mr. Chance is on the day of the incident.
So. Talking on that. During.
Hold on one second, let's skip. Hi, are you Mr. Pullen? Hello, Mr. Pullen. So, I think you were deposed yesterday by the state and you indicated during your deposition that you had prepared what you referred to as reports on a number of dates. Yes?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so the state has not seen those yet. So Mr. Harmon's going to give you his email address, and I need you to email him everything, every report that you produced in this case before you testify, okay? Okay, they're gonna hand that to you. No, so much paper here. I don't even know.
It's great. That's great.
Okay, very good. That's handled. So let's talk about, Mr. McClimate, let's go ahead and deal first with the JOA issue. Let's just, so we don't have to send the jury back out again. Are you making a motion for JOA?
I have to. 1 second.
Sure. Heather will be right with them. Record.
Right out.
Get this straight.
You're fine, you're good. I know you're fine, I could come and tip over and then all my paperwork over.
Okay, Mr. McClimate, you ready to go?
The defense moves for its first motion for judgment of acquittal, recognizing that the standard this stage of the case is that all the evidence is held in the light of the circumstances of the state. The state does have to prove the final case in this case. So all the evidence two charges, each charge first is murder and he's guilty to commit first degree murder. In this case, Alicia Andrews is not charged, the shooter is not charged by indictment as a principal to the murder of Jones. The state presents a circumstantial case here, circumstantial claims against these Andrews to prove first degree murder charges against her as a principal. Ultimately, the evidence that is presented shows nothing about Alicia Andrews intending or knowing that the individuals who ended up shooting and killing Mr. Charles Jones, or even individuals that planned it, there's no evidence that shows, direct evidence that shows that she knew that was going to happen, that she planned it with these individuals, that she discussed it with these individuals. There is only circumstantial evidence that has her at or around the scene, only circumstantial evidence that has her at or around people who are making phone calls to other people at times that don't connect, at times that the state is assuming there were connected calls and there were conversations being had back and forth with individuals that are co-defendants. In Stanton versus State 5/19 Southern 2nd, this is 622 at 624. It's a Florida Supreme Court case from 1988. The Florida Supreme Court acknowledged the general rule that in order to be convicted as a principal for a crime physically committed by another, one must intend that the crime be committed and do some act to assist the other person in actually committing the crime. See also the Florida statute 777.011 and Collins versus State 438 Southern 2nd 1036. It's the second issue of the case from 1982. The Stanton court noted that neither knowledge that the offense is being committed, nor mere presence at the scene, nor display of questionable behavior after the fact is equivalent to participation with criminal intent. And that's at 624, page 624 of the Stanton case. It is in the defendant's view undisputed that the state does not have any direct evidence that this Andrew knew of her co-defendant's plans. It's also undisputed that the state does not have any direct evidence that Miss Andrews agreed to cooperate with the efforts to kill Charles Jones in this case. There's no written communication between Miss Andrews and her co-defendants or anyone that would show she intended to kill Charles Jones during the time laid out in the indictment. In this case, there is no confessions and there are no witnesses that would testify to that fact. Alicia Andrews did not have a motive to kill Charles Jones. There was this back and forth war that the state has put on for the entirety of this case, where individuals are shooting at each other, killing each other, rapping about it. And Alicia Andrews is not in any of the rap videos. Alicia Andrews was not personally or deeply connected to any of the individuals who died. And Miss Andrews herself was never brought up in any of these rap videos, was never brought up in any of these back and forth arguments and whatnot with the individuals that she's being tried with, or not necessarily tried with, but she's being indicted with. They, on the other hand, have different issues and different motives to kill. Alicia Andrews apparently had none, other than what the state posits as her relationship with her boyfriend at the time. Ms. Andrews is not a gang member or a gang affiliate, as testified to by the all of the witnesses in this case. And again, the state's case is purely circumstantial. To prove that Alicia Andrews is a principal to the murder of Mr. Jones, the state must prove that Alicia Andrews aided and abetted her co-defendants. The evidence shows that Alicia Andrews was someone that was taken advantage of, someone who did not know to conceal her face or her identity from an Airbnb camera in the front door, someone who phone was used primarily throughout the conspiracy and throughout the plot, like really against her knowledge that they were doing these things. There's no evidence that she knew that they were doing these things behind her back. The evidence shows she was not with the defendants when they were packing bags, packing the cars to leave Jacksonville to come to Tampa, that she was at her house. She was then picked up after all of that planning was done, put in a car, and went to Tampa. There's also, I guess, this idea that the defense has said that at some point Alicia Andrews was going on a romantic getaway, and that is not what the defense ever said.
That's what was said in opening statement, because I wrote it down. It was a weekend of, quote, reckoning and reconciliation, close quote.
Right, that's not romantic. So, as you see from the evidence, on June 17th of 2024, there was argument back and forth with Isaiah Chance and Alicia Andrews. And after that, a few days after that, they do go to Tampa. So our statement in opening statements that this was a weekend of reckoning and reconciliation is consistent with the evidence. There was no romantic getaway. That language comes from Detective Ramos during the interrogation, where he says and uses the word romantic getaway. Alicia Andrews never says those words in her interrogation.
Okay, well, let's just stay focused on the JOA motion.
All right, when the state relies on aiding and abetting theory, it can prove intent either by showing the defendant had to represent intent herself, or that she knew the principal had that intent. So she knew that the other individuals had an intent to do anything. And again, there's no evidence of that. This case, being that it's clearly circumstantial, is one that should the state needs to exclude every reasonable hypothesis of innocence that Ms. Andrews intended to be a part of the criminal activities, and for the reasons that I stated previously, there's not enough evidence for the state to prove by prima facie that Ms. Andrews knew what was going on, or that she intended to participate, or that she aided and abetted in any way.
Okay, state what's your response.
Judge, we have more than circumstantial evidence in this case, and we have more than merit burden. Not only is there circumstantial evidence, there is direct evidence, video evidence of this crime. We have the defendant as an active participant. She is at multiple locations. She is seen on video at teasers with co-defendant Isaiah Chance, along with the evidence, the surrounding video. We know exactly what occurred in this instance. Her and Isaiah Chance were in one vehicle. They clearly were the tracking vehicle. They both can be seen getting out. She is on video at one point when the phone goes, when the phone password gets activated, she has to access that phone for him. So she's close enough to him at all times in the car. When they are walking, she knows exactly what is going on. There is video evidence of that, of her and Isaiah Chance and what they do in the Silver Chevy Cruise and the coordination that goes on with the black Chevy Impala, not at one location, not at two locations, Your Honor, but at 3 locations. And she admits, so there are admissions in this, not that she did anything, she never admits her guilt, but she admits that that is her. So there is no doubt that that is her, that is caught and captured on video. We have video footage about how well planned and how coordinated this premeditated murder was. So there is ample consciousness of guilt evidence in this case as well. Any action on her part to evade and avoid prosecution, to evade law enforcement, there clearly are messaging on her phone, and there is a very significant relevant period of text messages that are missing from her phone, and there are messages after this crime occurs, where she is messaging some friend about how law enforcement has the wrong phone, and she puts LMFA, that, excuse my language, laughing my fucking ass off, that the police have the new phone, not the old phone. So clearly that is a consciousness of guilt, statements made that she knows that there is something on the phone that law enforcement does not have. And this is a whole conversation that she's having with the friend at the same time when she knows police are at her home. So Judge, there is ample evidence of her guilt, her consciousness of guilt in this case, her multiple lies to law enforcement in that interview where she says that she does not know who the victim or is not familiar with Julio Charles Jones, where she claims ignorance of her boyfriend's rapper name in this gang war, which is Gutta, which we have shown that is tattooed on her body well before this incident happened. There is ample messaging to other people, to good friends, Jordan, where she displays her personal animosity of the victim in this case, including whether or not, she can qualify it as anything she wants. She is talking about very personal events in her life, where a person with the nickname of Spaz, who was killed in this gang rival war by Mr. Jones's side, and that there have been drill rap videos on it. And she certainly in that conversation was showing a personal animosity to the victim in this particular case. So there is direct evidence of what her active participation was, which includes booking the Airbnb. And that is the first date that we allege the conspiracy begins. It probably began well before that, but the her actively trying to book an Airbnb here in Tampa for all of these killers to come to Tampa for the specific purpose of killing Charles Jones is one of the first acts that we can document of her participation in the conspiracy. You heard from Detective Ramos that Charles Jones' phone and device was nowhere near. It was miles away when she did this, and she is booking it through a third party. And in that interview with law enforcement, when they first asked her, she says no. Again, she is lying. That is consciousness of guilt. It is not until they tell her that we have the phone messaging where she finally admits to that. So based on all of the facts and all of the evidence, we clearly have met our burden, and we have gone beyond that burden. The evidence in this case is overwhelming, and we'd ask that you deny their motion for JOA at this time.
Okay, I will deny the motion for JOA. So with regards to, we've had multiple discussions about the victim's state of mind. I'm gonna repeat that there is no defensive duress in the state of Florida for homicide. And that's stated explicitly at Corojo, C-O-R-U-J-O versus State 424 Southern 2nd 43. Second DCA said coercion is a recognized defense to a criminal charge, except where an innocent life is taken. There is one case out of the 3rd DCA, Wright versus State, and I think we've discussed this previously. The 3rd DCA reiterated there's no duress defense in an intentional homicide case or any homicide case whatsoever. And in fact, that's at 402 Southern 2nd 493, 1981 3rd DCA case. And that court stated Florida has recognized the common law defense of duress as a defense to crimes other than homicide. Okay. The common law has steadfastly refused to recognize any compulsion, even the threat of death, as sufficient to excuse taking the life of another. Legal recognition of duress as a defense to crimes other than homicide necessarily assumes a working hypothesis that a harm or crime of greater magnitude is avoided when the subjected person succumbs to the duress. So duress is not a defense in a homicide case. However, in the same opinion, the court did discuss duress as negating state of mind. And in specifically, that court stated, having decided that duress is not a defense to the intentional killing of another, we now address the question of whether evidence of duress, even though imperfect, which serves to show that Wright did not act with a premeditated design to kill the victim or with a depraved mind, requires us to produce the defendant's conviction for second-degree murder to a conviction for manslaughter. The answer to this question depends in our view on whether the person, such as the defendant, who aids and abets another in the commission of a murder, must herself be shown to have the state of mind required for the homicide. Because we find the rule in Florida to be that aiders and abettors may be convicted either upon proof of their own state of mind or upon proof that they knew that the person aided had the requisite state of mind, evidence that the aider and abettor knew that the principal had a premeditated design to kill or a depraved mind, will support the aider and abettor's conviction for first or second degree murder. And essentially, in that case, the court seemed to open the door to at least the possibility that some type of threat or harm could be admissible to go to the defendant's state of mind. Okay, which is why I ruled initially the way that I did. And I told you guys then, I said, listen, you can get up in opening statements and you can make this point, but this only comes in if the defendant testifies, because all that's relevant is her state of mind on the date of the offense and why she did or didn't do something. Nobody can come in here and extrapolate and say, well, they used to fight a lot and he would beat her up and therefore she must have been scared. That's inadmissible. It's irrelevant. So, and as I indicated, if the defendant testifies, and if she testifies that there were issues of domestic violence between her and Mr. Chance, and that's why she was in fear, and if the state cross-examines her to the point that it appears they're challenging whether that domestic violence actually occurred, then the door would be open for the defense to call other witnesses to support that. At this time, there's nothing in the record that she was in fear of anything, nothing to do with her state of mind. So, okay.
For the record, the defendant never requested to use duress as defense in this case. I also like where it is. I've never asked for a duress jury instruction. I've never had any asked for a duress jury instruction. What we asked for was to show the previous opinions, to show Ms. Andrews' state of mind in this case, which is very relevant in first degree murder case. That is what we asked for the beginning. So never I want to put up domestic violence as a defense to the first degree attempted murder. First degree murder and conspiracy to commit first degree murder. That was never our position. In this case, Ms. Andrews and what the state has done on redirect of Detective Ramos is asking, showing text messages of Alicia yelling or cursing at Isaiah Chance, her former boyfriend, in an aggressive manner, and asking Detective Ramos, does it look like Miss Andrews was afraid of Isaiah Chance a week before? It's not the day of, it's the week before. They've asked that question. So in my view, they've opened the door to any of this stuff to come in. They've made it relevant. Her state of mind, whether she was afraid of Mr. Chance. So that is one issue to decide. Second thing is, if it is relevant, which it is, Mr. Andrews' state of mind, that evidence should not be blocked and only filtered through Ms. Andrews. Of course, another witness cannot speak to an individual's state of mind, but they can speak to the incidents that they have been a witness to, and they can speak to the abuse that she suffered. They just cannot make a connection to say that because she was a part of.
But if they can't make the connection, then why should they be able to testify to it? They can't make the connection. Why is it relevant? So then are you gonna stand in front of the jury and make the argument, well, extrapolate jurors, even though we don't have any evidence in this case that she was scared, you need to extrapolate what these witnesses said, and then therefore you should assume she was scared, which is why she did all this. Is that what you're planning on doing?
No, and what you're describing is sort of the circumstantial evidence that the state is presenting for this entire trial and asking the jury to make inferences and extrapolate the evidence to come to the conclusion that this Kiante is guilty of these crimes.
Well, do you have any
What I-
case law in point that allows you to do what you're asking to do?
That allows a witness to testify about what they witnessed, and I mean, the case law over there is relevant. Give me a second.
Okay, state what's your response.
Judge, first of all, we've not opened the door that Mr. McClimate specifically asked on cross-examination of the detective whether or not they asked her if she was fearful of any of her co-defendants. That was brought up by Mr. McClimate. As far as, again, these witnesses, Joel Jordan and Michaela Robinson, they did not witness any of the abuse between the defendant and Isaiah Chance. All that they had was information that was relayed to them after the fact by the defendant. And the time period for that was much before this. In fact, most of it, they could not give a time period. I think the earliest or the latest that they could give was sometime in April. For when they last saw, I guess, a photograph or saw her on some sort of FaceTime. So Judge, our point would be that it does go to relevancy at this point. There is nothing, if we're talking specifically about her state of mind when this homicide is occurring, they have no knowledge about that whatsoever.
Okay, and so I can finish. An individual that speaks on what a person has been through with an individual, it's linking up evidence. So of course they can't speak to the state of mind of an individual, but if an individual is going through something with another individual, and that relationship that the two of them share show a different type of relationship than what the state is painting, which is that these people are really so in love that Alicia Andrews would do anything for Isaiah Chance, then that is relevant. Like, it should be allowed to come in that that's not the relationship that the two of them share. So I don't intend on saying or asking the witness, hey, do you think that Alicia Andrews was afraid of Isaiah Chance on the day of this murder? Like, if she's afraid of Isaiah Chance a year before all of this stuff happens, if she's afraid of him a year before it happens, it seems as though the state is saying that if it wasn't on the day of, if she wasn't afraid on the day of, or if we don't have proof that on the day of she's afraid of him, that evidence from the week before, the month before, has no bearing on anything that happens after that. So it's like you're only afraid of somebody for one day, and after that you get over it, and you're no longer afraid of that person. The abuser stops for 1 second or for 1 minute, and you're just fine. Everything is okay with you and him, and you no longer have any reason to be afraid. It doesn't work like that, and they know that it doesn't work like that. They know how to cycle domestic violence. It's not to argue that, oh, because it happened a month or 2 months prior, the witnesses can only speak to it a month or 2 months prior to the actual incident in this case, and therefore that's too remote a month down the road. It's disingenuous to make that argument. So I think that even we have these witnesses that are lined up to testify, Joel Jordan and Michaela Robinson, who have known Alicia Andrews for years and know the relationship with her and her former boyfriend. Those witnesses, at the very least, should be allowed to testify about these issues, subject to any link up with Ms. Andrews. And I don't, you're asking if I have case law. I don't know of any case law that prevents a witness from testifying for relevant evidence that they have knowledge of, personal knowledge of. So,
But they have no knowledge of her state of mind on the day of the murder. They have none. Zero. They don't know what she was thinking. They don't know why she went with the defendant to Tampa. They don't know why she handed the phone to him there in the parking lot. She don't know why she was in the car with Isaiah Chance, allegedly following Foolio. So it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. And if you're not alleging duress, honestly, it makes it even more irrelevant.
well, Judge, it's not about whether we're alleging arrest. The element, first degree murder has to do with intent, so state of mind. So that has so many components to it other than duress. So like, it's not about duress, it's about intent, it's about state of mind. It's a separate thing. Yes, duress can be a part
Correct.
of.
And none of those witnesses can testify about her state of mind. None of them can.
No witness can testify about anyone's state of mind, Judge. That doesn't mean that they can't testify about what they know about a relationship with two people.
Yeah, well, they can't if it's not, they can only if it's relevant, and it's not. So I'm gonna abide by my previous ruling on this issue. So, and I don't know what the other witnesses are gonna testify, but just a refresher, character evidence is inadmissible, except in a homicide case, in a very, very limited exception, okay? So,
I mean, all that we've had in this trial is character evidence. So we're getting photographs of her with individuals that are, I guess, apparently having dating signs thrown up. It's all the different charts, all of the different music videos. All of this is association of her with all these other people that may have had me in games. All of that is character evidence.
okay, here's the thing, listen, I don't make the law. Here's the direct law. WRODEL versus state, 410 Southern 2nd, 950. The appellant argues that a defendant in a criminal trial has the right to introduce evidence to show his good character. The court then cites to 90.404, which states when character evidence is admissible. Character evidence generally, evidence of a person's character or trait of his or her character is inadmissible to prove that he acted or she acted in conformity with it on a particular occasion, except, and one would be character of the accused, evidence of a pertinent trait of the character offered by an accused or by the prosecution to rebut that trait. This argument, however, omits the pertinent reference to section 90.405, Florida statute, which provides the methods of proving character. The statute reads, methods of proving character: 1, reputation, and then 2, specific instances of conduct. In Florida, the methods of presenting character evidence is limited to the testimony of reputation. A defendant may place in issue his general reputation for being a peaceful and law-abiding citizen. That's it.
And that's another word presenting character evidence that's probably categorized as character evidence. Outside another case, Slicker versus State. This is 941 Southern 2nd, 1191. It's the second VCA case from 2006, where it discusses that the witnesses were allowed to testify, should have been allowed to testify about dramatic changes that they had witnessed, because they had known Slicker for years, and the excluded evidence went to an essential element of the state's case and to the heart of Slicker's defense. It cites another case, the C. Rivera versus State 561 Southern 2nd, 536 at 539. It's the first case from 1991, stating that the error occurs when evidence tending to support the theory of defense is excluded. And I mean, that is exactly what will be happening in this case.
Give me those sites again, let me look them up.
Slicker versus State, 941 Southern 2nd, 1191. The second VCA case from 2006, and Rivera versus State, 561 Southern 2nd, 536. This is a Florida Supreme Court case in 1990.
Okay, I'll look them up. Let's go ahead and get going. Your first one is gonna be Mr. Howard. Okay, so let's bring the jury and you state will rest and then, we'll bring in Mr. Howard.
Yes, sir. Well, you want to address the.
Sure.
Ready, Jim? Yes. All right.
All right, welcome back, members of the jury. We're ready to proceed. State, do you have an announcement?
Yes, Your Honor, at this time the state will rest.
All right, and defense, do you renew all previously made motions? Okay, very good. Does the defense wish to call a witness at this time?
This time the defense calls Robert Howard.
Your Honor, very briefly, if we may approach.
Yes. If this witness not be broadcast, okay? Thank you. All right, Mr. McClimate, you may proceed. Oh, I'm sorry, the witness gotta be sworn in. Okay, sir, just raise your right hand.
You swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Howard. Where did you grow up, Mr. Howard?
Fifth.
45th?
Yes, sir.
And what side of town is that on?
North side.
And how old are you?
23.
All right. Did you go to Rains High School?
No, sir.
Have you ever been to Rains High School?
Yes, sir.
And when you say yes, you mean not like actually enrolled there, but you've been there for maybe an event?
Yes, sir.
All right.